Halo, selamat siang pemirsa dan pemirsa TV Parlemen dimanapun Anda berada. Saat ini Anda sedang menyaksikan talk show dalam rangka special event G20 nih Rini, bersama dengan saya Azzahra dan tentu saja saya bersama rekan saya
Diri Reski pemirsa. Tentunya selama 3 hari ke depan, mulai dari hari ini sampai tanggal 7 Oktober pemirsa, tentunya DPR RI menjadi tuan rumah agenda akbar G20 atau Parlemen 20.
Nah, Rini, gimana nih kalau kita melihat kegiatan ini, tanggapannya dengan DPR sebagai tuan rumah G20 kali ini?
Good, yang pasti kalau saya pribadi senang ya, dan yang pasti aku jadi ikut excited karena mulai dari persiapan sampai dengan rangkaian acaranya sangat disiapkan DPR RI untuk menyambut delegasi dari 20 negara.
Euforia yang dirasakan memang betul-betul sekali membawa rasa ingin terlibat di dalamnya ya Rini ya, dan karena G20 sendiri merupakan forum parlemen negara-negara G20 yang diselenggarakan dalam satu rangkaian konferensi tingkat tinggi KTT G20 atau G20. Selain memegang kursi presidensi G20, untuk pertama kalinya Indonesia juga menjadi tuan rumah nih Rini bagi forum kerja sama internasional ini.
Iya, tentunya bangga sekali Anggun karena banyak sekali perhelatan yang tahun ini diadakan di Indonesia. Indonesia menjadi tuan rumah, dan G20 yang tadinya hanya forum ekonomi 20 negara pemirsa dengan PDB tinggi di dunia, kini berubah menjadi forum multilateral yang membahas mulai dari isu ekonomi hingga isu global lainnya.
Di tingkat kekuatan di sini dilihat bahwa ekonomi negara G20 sendiri ini Indonesia berada di posisi 16 dengan PDB atau produksi domestik domestik bruto di sebesar 1,19 triliun dolar Amerika Serikat. Besar ya ini ya. Dan atau hampir 17.000 triliun rupiah. Ini menunjukkan ekonomi Indonesia pemirsa saat ini tidak main-main dan sangat berpengaruh di tingkat global.
Nah, itu tadi kayak Anggun bilang, besar tentunya bukan angka yang kecil, sehingga dengan Indonesia menjadi tuan rumah presidensi G20 yang puncaknya diselenggarakan pada November 2022 mendatang, tentunya DPR RI sebagai lembaga legislatif juga menjadi tuan rumah bagi penyelenggaraan G20 yang akan diselenggarakan kali ini di gedung DPR RI Senayan, Jakarta. Wah, senang sekali.
Seru deh pasti deh.
Iya, nah tentu pemirsa lebih lengkapnya soal G20, berikut ini liputan selengkapnya untuk Anda.
Pada tanggal 5 hingga 7 Oktober mendatang, DPR RI menjadi tuan rumah P20 di mana Indonesia tahun ini menjadi presidensi dalam forum multilateral. Persiapan sidang P20 sendiri sudah mulai dilaksanakan. Selain melalui acara P20 Friendship Ride and Run, sosialisasi juga dilakukan dengan pemasangan beberapa baliho dan videotron. Namun, apa sebenarnya P20 itu? G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit atau yang lebih sering disebut P20 adalah parlemen-parlemen dari negara anggota G20 yang membentuk suatu forum untuk menghasilkan resolusi-resolusi yang mendukung penyelesaian permasalahan global. Untuk pertama kalinya, pertemuan paralel G20 Speakers of Parliament atau P20 diselenggarakan oleh IPU di Argentina pada November 2018. Pertemuan tersebut membangun konsensus untuk pembangunan serta mengeksplorasi kemungkinan memperkuat kerjasama antara G20 dan negara-negara lain, terutama dalam pembangunan berkelanjutan. Tahun ini, DPR RI menjadi tuan rumah penyelenggaraan Parliamentary Speaker Summit atau P20 yang ke-8. DPR RI berkomitmen menyelenggarakan agenda dengan sebaik-baiknya. Apalagi berbekal kesuksesan pelaksanaan sidang IPU ke-144 di Bali, yang menuai banyak pujian dari dunia internasional. Pertemuan P20 yang akan diselenggarakan di gedung DPR RI Senayan mengambil tema Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery. P20 nantinya akan membahas 4 isu prioritas, yaitu akselerasi pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau, ketahanan pangan dan energi, parlemen yang efektif dan demokrasi dinamis, serta kesetaraan gender dan pemberdayaan perempuan. DPR RI berharap P20 akan menghasilkan sebuah kesepakatan bersama yang dapat mendorong aksi nyata dalam menyelesaikan permasalahan global. Indonesia harus mendorong negara di dunia untuk mengedepankan budaya damai, solidaritas, dan semangat gotong royong dalam menghadapi persoalan global.
Dan berita selanjutnya pemirsa, tentunya DPR RI di sini memprioritaskan 4 isu utama dalam P20 ini. Salah satunya adalah isu kesetaraan gender, dan seperti apa beritanya pemirsa? Berikut liputannya.
Indonesia mendapatkan catatan karena sampai saat ini keterwakilan perempuan di parlemen belum memenuhi minimal angka kritis yang seharusnya bisa diwujudkan, yaitu 30%.
Sekretaris Jenderal Kaukus Perempuan Parlemen, Lulu Nurhamidah menegaskan, keterwakilan perempuan Indonesia di parlemen masih berada di bawah Timur Leste dan Rwanda yang sudah mencapai 40%. Hal ini dimaksudkan untuk mencegah ketimpangan gender dalam suatu keputusan yang akan berdampak pada masyarakat luas. Berdasarkan data BPS sejak tahun 2016 hingga tahun 2021, persentase keterlibatan perempuan di parlemen baru mencapai angka 21,89%. Meski begitu, sejumlah rancangan undang-undang yang menitikberatkan pada kesetaraan gender dan pemberdayaan perempuan terbukti terus diusahakan oleh para wakil rakyat perempuan di parlemen. Sebut saja Undang-Undang Tindak Pidana Kekerasan Seksual atau Rancangan Undang-Undang Kesejahteraan Ibu dan Anak. Di depan ribuan delegasi dari 115 negara dalam Forum Perempuan Parlemen di IPU ke-144 Maret lalu, Ketua DPR RI Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani sempat menyerukan soal kerjasama global untuk memberi ruang partisipasi bagi perempuan dalam mengembangkan potensinya.
Jika kemajuan perempuan dijamin, maka suatu negara akan maju. Jika partisipasi politik perempuan didorong, maka demokrasi akan berkembang. Jika kesetaraan gender dijamin, maka keadilan akan tercapai. Bersama dengan gotong royong, kita dapat memperkuat komitmen untuk mendorong kemajuan perempuan.
Nantinya, inklusi sosial, kesetaraan gender, dan pemberdayaan perempuan kembali menjadi salah satu dari 4 isu prioritas yang diangkat saat DPR RI menjadi tuan rumah P20 atau Forum Parlemen Negara-Negara G20 pada Oktober 2022 yang diselenggarakan dalam satu rangkaian konferensi tingkat tinggi atau KTT G20. Tim Liputan TVR Parlemen melaporkan.
Nah pemirsa, Rini, jika kita melihat nih kan ada 4 fokus isu utama dalam P20 kali ini, yaitu kesetaraan gender. Apa harapan kita ya seharusnya sebagai perempuan?
Tentunya kalau misalnya kita berbicara tentang kesetaraan gender nih Gun, tentunya kalau kesetaraan gender itu harus setara bagi kita dan dengan juga laki-laki dalam mengambil keputusan dan juga dalam segi pembangunan tentunya. Karena kalau misalnya kemarin, kalau misalnya tadi dibahas tadi dalam video yang barusan disiarkan, itu juga salah satunya kemarin sudah disahkan ya RUU KDRT itu.
Itu sudah berlaku di Indonesia dan artinya sudah ada keberpihakan agar perempuan ini lebih bisa memiliki standarnya atau bisa dianggap kesetaraan gender ini sudah berlaku di Indonesia. Nah pemirsa, masih banyak berita-berita spesial P20 dan seperti apa Parliamentary Forum nantinya, tetap bersama kami di Talkshow Spesial Event P20.
Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia akan menjadi tuan rumah pertemuan Ketua Parlemen Dunia anggota G20 atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di Gedung DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya dihadiri oleh Ketua DPR RI Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani di Roma, Italia pada tahun 2021 yang lalu.
The P20 should be able to help synergizing and combining the potential of various countries to face global challenges and create a shared future. I believe that through our cooperation in P20, we can help realizing a stronger and more sustainable global economic recovery.
Pertemuan ini akan mendiskusikan tema besar Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery sebagai upaya memperkuat peran parlemen dalam perbaikan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Dalam perhelatan P20 ini, DPR RI membawa 4 isu prioritas yang akan dibahas, yakni percepatan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau, isu-isu yang mengemuka dalam ketahanan pangan dan energi, dan tantangan-tantangan ekonomi, parlemen efektif, demokrasi yang dinamis, kemudian soal inklusi sosial, kesetaraan gender, dan pemberdayaan perempuan.
Baik pemirsa, masih kembali di TVR Parlemen dan pemirsa masih bersama kami di talk show spesial event P20. Nah pemirsa, kalau misalnya tadi kita berbicara tentang kesetaraan gender, tentunya ada isu lain yang menjadi tema P20 kali ini, yaitu salah satunya adalah membahas ekonomi hijau. Tentunya seperti apa beritanya? Berikut liputan selengkapnya untuk Anda pemirsa.
Salah satu isu strategis yang diangkat dalam penyelenggaraan The G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit atau P20 Summit pada tanggal 5 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 adalah pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau atau green economy. Konsep ekonomi hijau bukan menggantikan pembangunan berkelanjutan, namun fokus baru dalam kegiatan perekonomian, investasi, infrastruktur, dan modal, serta penyelenggaraan lapangan kerja. Di Indonesia, adaptasi ekonomi hijau dimulai sejak UN Convention on Climate Change pada 2017 lalu. Ekonomi hijau menjadi satu dari 6 strategi transformasi ekonomi Indonesia yang ditetapkan Kementerian PPN Bappenas. Indonesia bahkan telah memiliki Indeks Ekonomi Hijau Indonesia untuk menghitung skor Indonesia dalam transformasi ekonomi menuju ekonomi hijau, yaitu pilar ekonomi yang terdiri atas intensitas emisi, intensitas energi, dan pendapatan nasional bruto per kapita. Pilar sosial mencakup tingkat pengangguran, tingkat kemiskinan, angka harapan hidup, dan rata-rata lama sekolah. Sementara, pilar lingkungan meliputi tutupan lahan, lahan gambut terdegradasi, penurunan emisi, sampah terkelola, dan energi baru terbarukan. DPR RI sebagai salah satu lembaga negara turut menyukseskan ekonomi hijau. Hal ini tergambar dari peluncuran buku putih ekonomi hijau Badan Kerjasama Antar Parlemen pada Januari lalu di Ubud, Bali. Ketua BKSAP DPR RI Fadli mengatakan, pencapaian indeks ekonomi hijau di Indonesia harus dilakukan secara bersama-sama, tidak cukup hanya dari pemerintah. Menurutnya, perlu ada perlibatan dan partisipasi masyarakat umum dengan memberikan edukasi dan literasi sehingga menumbuhkan kesadaran di masyarakat mulai dari hal-hal kecil, misalnya pengelolaan sampah daur ulang plastik.
Mensosialisasikan dan termasuk memberikan masukan kepada pemerintah dan juga kepada masyarakat khususnya, karena DPR adalah perwakilan rakyat ya. Jadi diharapkan dengan buku ini nanti akan terus menjadi bagian dari inisiatif kebijakan dan sekaligus intervensi realisasi dari green economy ke depan.
Sebagai informasi Anda bahwa green economy ini sudah dijalankan di Indonesia melalui program PRK, yaitu pembangunan rendah karbon. Nah pemirsa, sebagai fungsinya DPR RI tidak hanya menjalankan fungsi legislasi, pengawasan, dan anggaran, namun bagaimana DPR RI menjalankan fungsi diplomasinya, dan ini dia berikut liputan selengkapnya.
Tahukah pemirsa bahwa tugas DPR RI bukan hanya menjalankan fungsi legislasi, anggaran, dan pengawasan? Untuk mengetahuinya, mari kita simak penjelasan berikut. Sesuai Undang-Undang Nomor 2 Tahun 2018 tentang MPR, DPR, DPD, dan DPRD atau MD3, telah terjadi penguatan terhadap berbagai tugas dan fungsi DPR RI saat ini. DPR RI mendapatkan 2 fungsi tambahan, yaitu fungsi diplomasi dan representasi. Penambahan 2 fungsi tersebut membuat DPR RI semakin berlari kencang dalam menyongsong perubahan zaman. DPR RI bisa melakukan fungsi diplomasi parlemen untuk melapisi fungsi diplomasi pemerintah dalam menjalin hubungan dan kerjasama dengan negara-negara lain. Mengingat fungsi diplomasi sendiri tetap menjadi tugas utama eksekutif, dalam hal ini biasanya dijalankan oleh Presiden dan Kementerian Luar Negeri beserta duta besar yang tersebar di seluruh negara di dunia. Sedangkan fungsi diplomasi parlemen dijalankan oleh Badan Kerjasama Antar Parlemen atau BKSAP sebagai salah satu badan di DPR RI yang bertugas mendukung upaya pemerintah dalam menjalankan politik luar negeri dengan menjalin hubungan dan kerjasama dengan parlemen negara-negara di dunia. Sedangkan fungsi representasi dilakukan untuk menyerap dan menghimpun aspirasi rakyat melalui kunjungan kerja, serta menindaklanjuti dan memberikan pertanggungjawaban secara moral maupun politik kepada konstituen di daerah pemilihannya. Menjadi lembaga perwakilan yang mengemban tugas untuk mengakomodir kepentingan konstituen di daerah pemilihan, anggota DPR RI mempunyai peran penting dalam menyerap dan mewujudkan harapan masyarakat di daerah pemilihannya. Peran ini membuat tanggung jawab sebagai anggota legislatif menjadi berbeda dengan jabatan lainnya. Itulah beberapa peran tambahan yang kini melekat di Lembaga Perwakilan Rakyat ya pemirsa. Semoga tayangan ini dapat menambah wawasan kita tentang tupoksi dan kinerja yang dilakukan para anggota dewan kita.
Pemirsa dan Rini, di sini forum parlemen merupakan pre-event atau pre-event P20. Dalam forum ini akan menjadi pembicaraan baik dari unsur DPR RI, pemerintah, juga masyarakat, juga anggota parlemen yang hadir dalam P20. Nah, ini tuh baik dari anggota G20 maupun juga undangan non-anggota G20.
Betul sekali Anggun, tentunya di sini pemirsa fokus pembicaraan adalah peran dari P20 dalam konteks kerjasama antar parlemen untuk memperkuat kerjasama antar negara, khususnya pemirsa di abad ke-21 ini.
Ya, karena di sini kan abad ke-21 ini abad kemajuan ya, dan lebih fokus lagi bagaimana parlemen daerah membantu mencapai target pengurangan emisi karbon dan memfasilitasi kerjasama perubahan iklim di kondisi krisis seperti dengan saat ini.
Ya.
Pemirsa, setelah ini kita akan melihat bagaimana keadaan dari ruang sidang yang akan nanti berlangsung beberapa saat lagi. Bisa dilihat di layar kaca Anda, pemirsa, bahwa saat ini perwakilan dari negara-negara sudah mulai memasuki ruang rapat di Gedung Nusantara DPR RI Senayan, Jakarta.
Ya, perlu diketahui ini pemirsa, sebagai wujudnya DPR RI ini dalam mendukung P20 ini, bahwa DPR RI menyediakan 55 mobil listrik ya dalam bentuk green energy.
Nah, ya, ini salah satu hal yang mendorong bagaimana perubahan perwujudan dari Indonesia sendiri mendukung green economy itu. Nah, kalau kita bisa melihat di layar kaca Anda ini ada maksud kami peserta dari P20 sudah mulai memenuhi ruangan, baik dari perwakilan dari Arab Saudi, terus juga nanti akan ada beberapa dari pandangan mata dan informasi yang kami dapatkan ini dari negara-negara seperti Jepang, lalu juga negara-negara P20 lainnya yang hadir pada hari ini. Dan kalau kita mengetahui, kita baru saja melalui masa pandemi COVID-19, diharapkan di sini para peserta sudah melalui proses vaksinasi yang memang sudah diakui di Indonesia sendiri. Dan prosedur yang dilalui sendiri sudah melalui proses screening yang luar biasa. Dan kembali pemirsa, dilihat di layar kaca Anda bahwa saat ini gedung parlemen atau gedung ruang rapat paripurna di Gedung Nusantara DPR RI sudah mulai dipenuhi oleh peserta dari kegiatan P20 ini. Dan akan segera berlangsung rapat ini sehingga bisa dilakukan secara hikmat dan juga mungkin nanti bisa membawakan hasil yang lebih baik untuk Indonesia.
Betul sekali, kalau kita tadi membahas apa saja yang akan menjadi isu utama dalam penyelenggaraan P20 ini ya. Salah satunya tadi menjadi isu utama yaitu akan dibahas di P20 ini yaitu lingkungan yang harus menjadi perhatian lebih, dan kita harap adanya sidang P20 isu lingkungan tentunya ya, dan menjadi salah satunya adalah kesetaraan gender tadi ya.
Betul, ini memang menjadi isu yang terus-menerus dibahas dalam penyelenggaraan P20 di setiap tahunnya, dan kita ketahui memang kesetaraan gender sendiri ini selalu menjadi fokus dari semua negara, apalagi ini kasus kemanusiaan yang menjadi sorotan di seluruh dunia. Nah, semoga pembahasan-pembahasan terkait dengan bagaimana kemanusiaan itu berjalan di atas dunia ini bisa berjalan dengan baik dan memang mengutamakan asas kemanusiaan.
Nah, dan tadi fokus pembicaraan adalah konteks kerjasama antar parlemen untuk memperkuat kerjasama antar negara, khususnya di abad ke-21 ini, Gun.
Ya, walaupun ini manusia sudah maju, tapi mereka harus memajukan juga asas kemanusiaannya, sehingga apapun aturan, apapun hasil-hasil dari teknologi yang dikeluarkan ini tetap kembali bagaimana hanya untuk membantu manusianya itu
yang
sendiri.
tadi seperti Anggun bilang, bagaimana dengan pengurangan emisi karbon dan memfasilitasi kerjasama perubahan iklim di kondisi krisis seperti saat ini ya.
Nah, ini akan dibahas dalam proses rapat ataupun juga kegiatan P20 ini. Nah, pemirsa jangan kemana-mana karena kami setelah ini masih akan memberikan informasi kepada Anda tentang penyelenggaraan P20 di kawasan Parlemen DPR RI Senayan, Jakarta. Tetap di TV Parlemen.
Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia akan menjadi tuan rumah pertemuan Ketua Parlemen Dunia anggota G20 atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di Gedung DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya dihadiri oleh Ketua DPR RI Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani di Roma, Italia pada tahun 2021 yang lalu.
The P20 should be able to help synergizing and combining the potential of various countries to face global challenges and create a shared future. I believe that through our cooperation in P20, we can help realizing a stronger and more sustainable global economic recovery.
Pertemuan ini akan mendiskusikan tema besar Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery sebagai upaya memperkuat peran parlemen dalam perbaikan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Dalam perhelatan P20 ini, DPR RI membawa 4 isu prioritas yang akan dibahas, yakni percepatan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau, isu-isu yang mengemuka dalam ketahanan pangan dan energi, dan tantangan-tantangan ekonomi, parlemen efektif, demokrasi yang dinamis, kemudian soal inklusi sosial, kesetaraan gender, dan pemberdayaan perempuan.
Baik pemirsa, kembali di TVR Parlemen.
Ya, pemirsa, tadi kita sudah melihat bagaimana ruang sidang sendiri sudah mulai dipenuhi oleh peserta P20 pada kali ini, Rini. Dan pemirsa, ini kelihatannya menurut informasi yang kami dapatkan, kegiatan ini akan segera dimulai dan dibuka langsung oleh Ibu Puan Maharani. Dan tentunya kami segenap kru yang bertugas mengucapkan selamat menyaksikan.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are all kindly requested to proceed to the plenary meeting room, Nusantara. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the meeting room. This parliamentary forum will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to commence this opening ceremony of Parliamentary Forum. We would like to extend our warmest welcome to Her Excellency, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, and His Excellency Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to commence this whole opening ceremony of the Parliamentary Forum. Please be seated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And we would like to remind you about the simultaneous translation. For those of you, ladies and gentlemen, who need to listen to the simultaneous translation during the event, please utilize the headphones provided for you on your tables. Channel 1 will be for English, Channel 2 for French, Channel 3 for Spanish, Channel 4 for Arabic, Channel 5
ya, pemirsa,
Italian,
saat ini
Channel
Anda
6
sedang
Korean,
menyaksikan
Channel 7
suasana yang ada di ruang
Ukrainian, Channel 8 Chinese,
paripurna.
Channel 9 Russian,
Dan diketahui
and
dan dilihat
Channel
juga
10
pemirsa bahwa saat
Bahasa
ini
Indonesia. Please be seated. We are going to
tampak terlihat dari
this
suasana
opening
dari ruang
ceremony.
rapat paripurna sudah mulai dipenuhi oleh peserta P20, di mana kegiatan ini terlihat akan segera dimulai. Dan menurut informasi yang nanti akan menjadi pembicara yaitu Mr. Duarte Pacheco, President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union atau IPU. Dan juga nanti seperti yang bisa Anda lihat di layar kaca Anda bahwa saat ini sudah dihadiri oleh Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani yang sudah masuk ke dalam ruang parlemen atau ruang sidang kegiatan P20 kali ini. Dan menurut informasi di hari ini hanya akan diisi oleh seluruh parlemen yang hadir untuk kegiatan P20. Namun di esok hari akan dihadiri oleh Presiden Joko Widodo sebagai President of the Republic of Indonesia yang nantinya akan mengikuti kegiatan ataupun rangkaian dari P20 yang diselenggarakan di kawasan Parlemen DPR RI Senayan, Jakarta. Untuk keynote speech yang akan melakukan pada kegiatan kali ini yaitu Sir Lindsay Holy sebagai Speaker of the House of Commons United Kingdom, dan nanti Mr. Duarte Pacheco juga sebagai President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union dari IPU, dan Mr. Chen Zhu, Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People Congress China, dan Ms. Isman Yatun, Chair of the Audit Board of the Republic of Indonesia, SAI-20.
The House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend our heartiest welcome to this Nusantara II building on the occasion of the Parliamentary Forum in the context of the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. Discussions among multiple stakeholders in this forum will bring various perspectives from parliamentarians, international organizations, and government from across the world. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the opening remarks, let us listen to the youth voice. First, we will have a few words from Aeshnina Azzahra Aqilani, environmental youth activist who has a special concern about garbage and plastic bags and takes actions to defend the district of Gresik from garbage and plastic bags. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Aeshnina Azzahra Aqilani.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies and all distinguished delegates of Parliamentary Forum P20. I'm Nina. Allow me to deliver a message from future generation of our planet. I come from Gresik, an industrial area in East Java. Our Earth is facing triple planet crisis: the crisis of climate change, nature biodiversity loss, and waste pollution. I witnessed massive plastic pollution, and I found a lot of plastic waste dumps along the riverbanks in Ciliwung, Jakarta, Berantas River, and Bengawan Solo in East Java. My father, Prigia Arisandi, is now on a motorbike tour for Nusantara River expedition with my uncle Amir. They identify microplastic pollution in Indonesian rivers from Sumatra to Papua. He told me that almost all rivers become plastic trash dumps, that water sources and our food chains are contaminated with microplastic. I have seen many plastic trash are piled up and openly burned at people's house yard, near the paper mills and plastic recycling industries in my area. When I looked closer, I found that those trash came from countries such as Europe, USA, Japan, and Australia. I don't understand why rich countries dump their plastic trash to my country, to my neighborhood. I thought they have more advanced waste management and recycling system than my country. Therefore, since 2019, I sent letters to German Chancellor and to the Prime Minister of Australia and the Netherlands and to the President of USA and Canada to ask them to stop shipping plastic trash and to recycle plastic trash in their own country. And also to stop polluting my community and my future. Plastic is a toxic carbon that fuels the climate crisis. Plastic poisons our health with toxic chemicals such as phthalate, bisphenol A, and dioxin, which are endocrine disrupting chemicals that causing health disorders and even cancer. On March 2nd, United Nations Environment Assembly agreed on resolution to end plastic pollution and being adopted by 175 nations, and the plastic treaty is intended to include all impacts from plastic throughout their life cycle, from the production to disposal, including the effects of toxic plastic chemicals on our people and planet. On July 28, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the resolution on the rights to a healthy, clean, and sustainable environment. So everyone has to stand to breathe clean air, to safe and clean water, and healthy food, and healthy ecosystem and non-toxic environment in which we live and play. We cannot keep flooding our planet with throwaway plastics. We have to stop this plastic tsunami. If we truly want to solve global plastic crisis, we must reduce total plastic production and use. Please promise that you all, as the most influential parliament members, are willing to stop this plastic crisis immediately. Please make strong regulations. Please make strong regulations to protect my future and youth in your countries. Please make strong regulations to reduce plastic production and ban toxic chemical used in making plastic. It will ensure the safe and sustainable security of plastic. Lastly, please make regulation to stop sending plastic waste to developing countries for the sake of our Mother Earth and the future generation. I believe you can do it. Thank you, Excellencies. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, following this, we have Farwiza Farhan, leader of Hakka, or Forest, Nature and Environment Organization, who took huge action in protecting the ecosystem of Gunung Leuser National Park in Aceh province. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Farwiza Farhan.
Good afternoon. My name is Farwiza Farhan. I am a forest conservationist working in the Leuser ecosystem in Sumatra. The Leuser ecosystem is the last place on earth where the critically endangered Sumatran rhino, taiga, elephant, and orangutan still roam together in the wild. Yet, for the communities living within and around the Leuser ecosystem, it is more than just a home for wildlife. It is a landscape that provides invaluable ecosystem services, such as clean air, water, and livelihood for millions of people living within and around it. While my work revolves around the protection and conservation of this landscape, the challenges that face the Leuser ecosystem are not unique. All over the world, millions of hectares of pristine old-growth forest is under threat of destructions due to over-exploitations, as well as wiping out hundreds of flora, fauna, and fungi. Some as yet undiscovered, this loss of old-growth forests also contributing to worsening our global climate crisis. Already, we saw firsthand the catastrophic impact of this crisis: extreme drought and heat in one part of the world, massive flash floods on the other. Millions of people are already affected, with billions more lives on the line. Therefore, in this occasion, I wish to pull your attention to several key issues that, based on my experience, are critical to helping us solve this crisis. First, the paradigm that sees the economic development as separated or even in opposition of nature conservation needs to change. Conservation is not anti-development. It is a conscious choice towards a more sensible and sustainable development pathways that fully recognize the value of nature's ecosystem services. In the end, no amount of economic development will matter if the planet itself is inhabitable. On behalf of youth, I'm older millennial, who are still wishing for a chance of a future in this planet, I truly wish that the governments and all its political leaders can fully realize that the consequences of your decision today will transcend your time in office. It will carry far into the future. Second, effective forest conservation means being inclusive and empowering. Engaging and supporting communities who live around the forest is vital to any conservation efforts. They are the ones that have a direct stake and have to have their say. We need to understand their needs and challenges, their aspirations and concerns, to be able to support them in protecting their forests and their livelihood. This includes securing legal tenure for indigenous and customary communities as an effective way to address the case of deforestation. In particular, the importance of the role of women in all of this effort should not be underestimated if we want to ensure an equitable outcome. Today, women have increasingly served as the key actors in many grassroots conservation initiatives, from patrolling the forest to discouraging poachers and illegal loggers, all the way to restoring deforested areas. We need to involve them more if we are to succeed. Finally, environmental sustainability is a concern for us all. Thus, an open, equal, and transparent collaboration between all parties, government, private sector, and civil society is imperative if we want to achieve any effective solutions. Not one party could solve this massive challenge alone. We need to utilize all available means and resources, including providing space for honest, fair, and open debates around policy issues. We need to protect civic space and address the crisis facing human rights, land, and environmental defenders. Indeed, when it comes to the preservation of our common living space, there should be no room for self-righteousness or impunity. We all have a stake as well as a role to play in this endeavor for a better future. Distinguished audience, you are here as a representative of the people. And as a famous Latin saying, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. The people's voice is God's voice. You all have great and sacred power granted to you by the people. And so I implore you, as a fellow human being who inhabit this little pale blue dot that we call home, please wield that power wisely in these crucial times. Make that choice, even if it's the more difficult ones. Because despite our various race, creed, religion, or nation, we are in this together. Thank you.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a few remarks from Honorable Chairperson of the Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation, the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Fadli Zon.
Excellency Dr. Puan Maharani, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Vice Speaker, Bapak Rahmat Gobel and Bapak Paulus Lodwig, Excellencies, Speakers and Vice Speakers of G20 countries and friendly countries to Indonesia, Excellency Dr. Airlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, and also the Indonesian G20 Sherpa. Honorable Members of Parliaments, dear panelists, Excellency Ms. Sahiba Gafarova, Speaker of the National Assembly of Azerbaijan, Honorable Mrs. Irina Yusiana Roba, Member of Indonesian Parliament, Honorable Mr. Muhsin Shihab, Advisor to the Minister on Institutional Relations, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Adi Aman, Senior Program of the IDEA. Dear guests, distinguished all participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us all. First of all, I really thank all for being a part of today's forum. I feel very optimistic when seeing our togetherness here, letting each other to exchange views and best experiences to learn and understand. It is because we have same concern, same challenges, and the most important ones is same hope. Also, no less important, we all reside on the one planet, in which now facing scientific proven destroying due to climate disaster. As parliamentarians represent people's hope, in which have longed for securing peace, security, and prosperity, it is our responsibility to keep their hope alive and revive. We must keep that hope and make it no far from coming into reality. It is our shared modality that should not fade as long as we exist. But our current state of the globe is witnessing poverty and unemployment, famine and food insecurity, polarization and division, war and influx of refugees, inequality and disparity, economic downturn and debt crisis, climate disaster and biodiversity loss, pandemic and lack of access to universal health care, widespread corruptions and authoritarianism. All told are unfolding with no pause, intertwined and complicated, ruining the most in need and less as whole, developed and developing countries, people in the north and the south. So the human severe sufferings are on our horizon, immensely perailing the future and the coming generations. It might be the end of our history if we remain muted with no actions. Now, we have no time to be passive and blaming each other, even no time to more talks, and instead now is the very urgent call to act collectively and concertedly, like many precedented forums have still strongly spoken up. Parliaments and parliamentarians must take leading role to ensure that all take concrete actions. Both actions must be immediately concerted. First and foremost, action for securing global cooperation that paves a best path to proceed to global unity, not partiality, cooperation, not division, and synergy, not discord. That is what we call multilateralism. It must be strengthened, also must be expanded. It further must be grounded into reality and nurtured. Believe me that enhanced multilateralism is the only way out that we can trust. It would bridge various perspectives among nations to resolve our common challenges like actions to keep our planet safer by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, to ensure that our hope alive, living side by side in peace, harmony, security, and prosperity, and to move forward with no one left behind. To conclude, I am very confident that we will have a fruitful and productive forum today. With our more solid togetherness, nothing is impossible to recover stronger and more sustainable. So have a great day and have a constructive debate, and welcome to Jakarta, city of collaboration, and hope you enjoy. I thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, next we will follow the remarks from His Excellency, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia G20 Sherpa, Dr. Honoris Causa Airlangga Hartarto.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. Good afternoon. Honorable Ibu Puan Maharani, Speaker of the Indonesia People Representative Council, Vice Speaker Pak Ludwig, Vice Speaker Pak Rahmat Gobel, Honorable Bapak Dr. Fadli Zon, Deputy Chair of Indonesia People Representative Council as Chair of Inter-Parliamentary Body of the DPR RI, Honorable Speakers of the Parliament attending this meeting, as well as the P20 delegates, Member of Indonesia Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to stand before you, the honorable speakers, and members of the Parliament across the G20 countries as well as the invitees countries. I'm privileged to have received the invitation to address this meeting, not only as a representation of the G20 Sherpa track, but also as a former member of Parliament. Honorables, we gather here today as the world is changing rapidly. We call it as the challenge of the perfect storm, which is the multidimensional crisis. And without hesitation, security, economic, and environment challenges have delayed our attempt to expedite the recovery from COVID-19, but also as a former member of Parliament. Honorables, we get yet to be stabilized while people across the Pacific Island will still struggle with the rising sea levels that mark their homes in less than a century from now. The energy crisis that have put business operation down, productivity is lowered, and also adding into the picture. Meanwhile, the spike of food prices that leads to the scarcity of food is essential to leave millions in famine. We can only address those challenges when we are united, sealed by a strong sense of humanity and solidarity. As we gather here today, the world is looking at us with expectation to bring betterment for the people, for your constituents back home. Ladies and gentlemen, our economic performance to date have been relatively satisfying. Indonesia able to grow above 5% during the past semester, with 5.44% in Q2 2022. Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo has been very anticipative of the disruption that may lead to the global recession next year, while continue being optimistic that we can achieve 5.2 or 5.3% growth by the end of the year, as well as we have optimistic view of next year. I share the President's optimism by looking at our economic modality and continue structural reform policy at hand. Our trade performance continue to maintain high record for 28 consecutive months, reaching around 24.8 billion. Indonesia continue to fuel economic recovery through making available around 30 billion, which has allocated to support three main areas: health, social protection, and strengthening economic recovery through the support for tourism, creative economy, micro and small medium enterprises, and also introducing lots of tax incentive. Other initiatives that would improve business and investment climate also launched, such as establishment Indonesia Investment Authority and micro and small medium enterprise support through People's Business Credit Scheme. We also enacted the law to harmonize tax regulation, aimed to enlarging tax base, improving effectiveness of tax incentive, and increasing the scope of tax amnesty program. In parallel to those initiatives, Indonesia understands the importance of keeping economic growth and environment at balance. To this end, Bapak Presiden has set a target to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. In terms of our action for mitigating the climate change, we will continue to reduce deforestation, restore peatland and reforestation. We will also apply advanced technology system in blue ammonia, especially in the metal industry, and also advancing more ambitious plan for greener financing from domestic as well as international sources. In this regard, I would like to use this respectful opportunity to urge the developed countries to fulfill their pledge to provide 100 billion of climate financing towards the developing countries. Energy transition are one that must be just, sustainable, and contributive to the people. Indonesia, during this G20, have listed deliverables for energy transition through technology such as carbon capture and storage utilization, co-firing coal power plant with blue ammonia, as well as financing model for phasing out of coal power plant. The existing of multilateral platform such as United Nations, WTO, and the G20 must be kept alive. This to ensure international certainty and stability. We need to keep them relevant to the current situation. Therefore, initiating reform to those mechanisms are critical. The G20 is a forum established out of the ashes of economic crisis in 1998 that represent 85% of global GDP, 75% of world trade, and more than 60% of the world population. Is once again facing turbulence in the midst of today's multidimensional crisis and highly fragmented position of countries. In the light of hope towards G20 must not be dim. During the meetings of the working group as well as the Empower group, I would like to report that most of the context deliverables has been agreed upon, and the only issues that we have only on the geopolitical theater. Therefore, I urge all the participants in P20 meetings that we have to underline that G20 is meant to be the ultimate economic platform to resolve the crisis. Therefore, hopefully P20 can resolve solution for the geopolitics as well. So, once again, honorable speakers, allow me to kindly remind that our democracy is determined by how much we are, as people representative, will take into action the promises made to our people. If we promise them a vibrant and stable political system and cleaner air to breathe, then through this meeting we must strive to deliver those promises. Thank you very much. I wish you a fruitful and lively discussion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we now invite Her Excellency, Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani, to deliver her speech and officially open this parliamentary forum in the context of the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. This speech will be conducted in Bahasa Indonesia. We request all delegates, all speakers and vice speakers and members of parliament of G20 countries and friendly countries to Indonesia to utilize the headphones for the simultaneous translation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Honoris Causa Insinyur Airlangga Hartarto, Menteri Koordinator Bidang Perekonomian Republik Indonesia. Yang terhormat para pimpinan dan parlemen
anggota G20 dan negara undangan, yang terhormat pimpinan DPR, Bapak Ludwig, Bapak Rahmat Gobel, juga Ketua BKSAP Pak Fadli, juga yang saya hormati seluruh anggota Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia, serta Bapak, Ibu, dan hadirin sekalian yang saya hormati. Saya ingin menyampaikan selamat datang di Jakarta, Indonesia untuk seluruh delegasi. Pertemuan Parliamentary Forum in the context of the G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit ini merupakan rangkaian kegiatan the 8th G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit atau P20 yang akan dibuka secara resmi besok. Sebagai tuan rumah pelaksanaan P20 tahun ini, DPR RI berkomitmen penuh untuk mensukseskan kontribusi parlemen dalam menyelesaikan berbagai krisis global, termaksud upaya pemulihan pandemi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Indonesia dengan semangat gotong royongnya siap, mau, hadir, dan mampu untuk berkolaborasi dengan dunia global dalam membangun dunia bersama, dunia yang lebih baik, dunia yang sejahtera, tentram, dan indah. Bapak dan Ibu hadirin sekalian, saat ini dunia sedang melakukan berbagai upaya pemulihan sosial dan ekonomi dari dampak pandemi. Kondisi ini menempatkan situasi perekonomian domestik membutuhkan respon kebijakan fiskal dan moneter yang dapat mengantisipasi agar pemulihan sosial dan ekonomi dapat terus berlanjut dan menjaga agar kualitas kesejahteraan rakyat tidak menurun. Kita juga masih memiliki sejumlah agenda global dalam menuntaskan pembangunan berkelanjutan, yaitu antara lain hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan climate change, lingkungan hidup, ekonomi hijau, ketahanan pangan dan energi, serta kesetaraan gender dan pemberdayaan perempuan. Gejolak ekonomi global saat ini dan ketidakpastian yang berlanjut pada tahun depan, serta agenda pembangunan berkelanjutan membutuhkan respon dari kita semua. Kehadiran kita dalam pertemuan P20 adalah untuk membangun komitmen kerja bersama dalam merespon gejolak dan tantangan global tersebut. Kekuatan parlemen P20 adalah dalam mewakili suara rakyat untuk memberikan legitimasi atas upaya pemerintah menjalankan komitmen kebijakan luar negeri dan kerjasama antar negara. Legitimasi parlemen tersebut akan diarahkan untuk menyelamatkan kehidupan masyarakat global yang lebih baik dengan hidup sejahtera, tentram, dan memiliki bumi yang berkelanjutan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, permasalahan global yang dihadapi sangat kompleks sehingga membutuhkan kerja bersama semua pihak, tidak hanya pemerintah, namun juga parlemen, swasta, akademisi, ataupun masyarakat sipil. Menjadi suatu kesempatan bagi parlemen sebagai penyambung suara rakyat untuk dapat mengambil peran mulai dari tingkat nasional, regional, dan global melalui platformnya masing-masing menjadi pemersatu dalam memperkuat komitmen global. Di tingkat global, IPU atau Interparliamentary Union telah ikut memainkan peran yang penting. Majelis IPU ke-144 yang diselenggarakan di Bali pada bulan Maret tahun 2022 yang lalu telah menghasilkan berbagai keputusan. Disepakati 2 resolusi yang menjawab tantangan kondisi saat ini. Resolusi di Standing Committee on Peace and Security menekankan kembali pentingnya prinsip-prinsip yang tertuang dalam piagam PBB serta keutamaan peran parlemen dalam mempromosikan rekonsiliasi dan stabilitas di wilayah konflik. Resolusi di Standing Committee on Sustainable Development mengajak Parlemen untuk terus meningkatkan peran teknologi komunikasi dan informasi di dunia pendidikan. Hadirin yang saya hormati, pembahasan hari ini Inter-Parliamentary Forum P20 tentang peran parlemen dalam memperkuat multilateralisme di abad 21 menjadi sangat relevan. Bagaimana mewujudkan multilateralisme sebagai hubungan internasional yang membangun kerja bersama antar negara yang efektif? Bagaimana multilateralisme dapat menjawab permasalahan-permasalahan seperti mendamaikan perang dagang, mendamaikan konflik geopolitik, mengatasi krisis pangan dan energi, melawan eksploitasi, membangun kemajuan bersama dan sebagainya. Indonesia mengajak Parlemen P20 melalui multilateralisme untuk mencari solusi dan konsensus dalam mengantisipasi resesi ekonomi, mengatasi scary effect atau gejolak ekonomi global, mempercepat transformasi ekonomi untuk menciptakan kesejahteraan rakyat yang lebih luas, serta memperkuat orkestrasi G20 dalam menggerakkan agenda pembangunan berkelanjutan. Bank sentral di seluruh dunia ke depan diperkirakan akan merespon gejolak ekonomi dengan melakukan peningkatan suku bunga secara cukup ekstrim dan secara bersama-sama. Dan hal ini akan berdampak pada resesi ekonomi. Gejolak ini akan mengakibatkan penurunan kesejahteraan masyarakat global, krisis ekonomi yang merambat pada krisis sosial. Diperlukan berbagai langkah antar negara, khususnya negara-negara G20 untuk dapat memastikan rantai pasok komoditi strategis tetap aman untuk memenuhi kebutuhan domestik. Negara-negara produsen komoditas strategis selain mengutamakan pemenuhan kebutuhan domestik dan kepentingan pasar, juga perlu membangun kewajiban bersama untuk menjaga kebutuhan stok global yang stabil. Selain itu, juga diperlukan kerja bersama dalam menyediakan stimulus pembangunan yang ditransmisikan untuk keperluan kegiatan ekonomi domestik, sehingga konsumsi dan daya beli tetap terjaga. Orkestrasi dari kekuatan negara-negara G20 untuk mempercepat transformasi ekonomi, baik ekonomi digital maupun ekonomi hijau, sangat diperlukan dalam bentuk nyata. Diperlukan penguatan implementasi agar ekonomi digital dan ekonomi hijau menjadi ekosistem ekonomi yang inklusif. Indonesia telah memperkuat berbagai regulasi yang dapat mendorong ekonomi digital dan ekonomi hijau. Hal ini dilakukan melalui implementasi mengembangkan kemudahan berusaha, bank digital, pajak karbon, dan energi baru dan terbarukan. Dalam merespon gejolak ekonomi dunia dan orkestrasi pembangunan global, kita membutuhkan prinsip-prinsip dalam hubungan kerja bersama antar negara yang efektif, yaitu pertama, komitmen yang dapat dilaksanakan, kedua, saling percaya, ketiga, mengutamakan dialog, keempat, agenda bersama. Kita membutuhkan adanya komitmen yang dapat dilaksanakan pada setiap negara dengan tetap menghormati kedaulatan dan integritas negara. Sehingga komitmen tidak hanya berhenti pada kata-kata, akan tetapi memiliki wujud dalam bentuk kerja-kerja nyata, sekecil apapun kerja nyata tersebut. Komitmen ini juga dapat
menghindarkan suatu sistem internasional yang hanya berorientasi kepada keinginan kekuatan besar tertentu saja. Dengan komitmen seperti ini, diharapkan setiap negara akan bersinergi dalam membangun kekuatan bersama dan bukan menghasilkan rivalitas ataupun dominasi. Bagaimana kita membangun suatu komitmen kerja bersama apabila di saat yang bersamaan kita memiliki orientasi dan kepentingan yang berbeda-beda? Inilah pentingnya kita memiliki fondasi saling percaya atau trust building dalam membangun kerja bersama antar negara. Saling percaya harus dapat kita tunjukkan melalui hubungan yang setara dalam upaya bersama mencari win-win solution. Kita perlu mengubah paradigma winner takes all dan zero sum menjadi win-win dalam hubungan antara negara. Tanpa adanya trust, kita akan terus berkompetisi memaksimalkan keuntungan masing-masing. Dialog dan diplomasi dalam penyelesaian berbagai masalah global menjadi protokol yang utama dalam setiap kerja bersama antar negara. Budaya damai dan toleran, culture of peace and tolerance, semakin diperlukan dalam memperkuat interaksi antar bangsa dan negara. Kita bersama antar parlemen berperan penting untuk menyebarkan budaya damai dan toleran yang semakin diperlukan menghadapi ketegangan geopolitik saat ini. Krisis yang datang silih berganti telah menjadi bagian dari new normal. Berbagai krisis yang dialami saat ini bukan yang terakhir yang akan kita alami. Oleh karena itu, Parlemen pada kesempatan P20 ini harus dapat merumuskan suatu agenda yang dapat meningkatkan kemampuan setiap negara untuk merespon dan menghadapi berbagai permasalahan global. Hadirin yang terhormat, pembahasan hari ini juga memberikan perhatian pada respon kita terhadap permasalahan perubahan iklim. Dampak perubahan iklim telah dirasakan semakin mengemuka. Cuaca ekstrim, kekeringan, banjir, bencana alam terus terjadi silih berganti dan semakin sering terjadi. Pemanasan global telah mencapai 1,1 derajat Celcius. Karenanya, kita harus memiliki sense of urgency. Sekarang adalah waktu untuk bertindak, untuk turunkan emisi global, untuk mengakselerasi transisi menuju energi terbarukan, untuk implementasi bantuan keuangan dan transfer teknologi bagi negara berkembang. Dunia perlu membangun mitigasi perubahan iklim yang berpusat pada manusia atau people center. Mitigasi yang berpusat pada manusia dimulai dari membangun kesadaran dan komitmen untuk menjaga kelestarian dan daya dukung alam dan lingkungan hidup. Pada tahap selanjutnya, dituntut kemauan bersama dalam membangun tata dunia ekosistem industri dan perekonomian yang ramah terhadap lingkungan hidup. Diperlukan perubahan cara berpikir, suatu cara berpikir bahwa kita tidak saja mengambil dari alam, tetapi kita harus memulihkan alam kembali kepada ekosistem yang baik. Diperlukan bentuk kerjasama antar bangsa dan negara yang realistis dan nyata untuk dapat menyentuh permasalahan inti, yaitu mengelola persaingan ekonomi global dan industri yang dapat berkontribusi dalam pemulihan lingkungan hidup. Industri tidak hanya mengambil dari alam, tetapi juga harus mengembalikan pemulihannya. Suatu program mitigasi dengan pemulihan yang dilakukan secara sistematis dan masif. Parlemen
juga semakin menyadari peran strategis dalam penguatan kerjasama internasional antar parlemen untuk adaptasi dan mitigasi perubahan iklim. Isu ini menjadi salah satu perhatian bersama antara lain di Inter-Parliamentary Union atau IPU yang pada bulan Maret tahun 2022 yang lalu DPR RI menjadi tuan rumahnya dengan mengusung tema To Zero Mobilizing Parliament to Act on Climate Change yang bersama berhasil disepakati deklarasi guna mengarahkan parlemen di seluruh dunia dalam akselerasi berbagai langkah mitigasi dan adaptasi dampak perubahan iklim. DPR RI juga telah mengambil langkah nyata untuk mendukung mitigasi dan adaptasi perubahan iklim dengan memperkuat pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau. Langkah nyata tersebut diwujudkan dengan mengusulkan RUU Energi Baru dan Terbarukan sebagai usul inisiatif DPR RI, serta akan mulai menggunakan solar cell untuk memenuhi 25% kebutuhan listrik di gedung DPR RI. Pada pertemuan P20 yang sangat strategis ini, kita dapat mengambil komitmen dan langkah-langkah nyata dalam mitigasi dan adaptasi dampak perubahan iklim. Hadirin yang terhormat, capaian yang dapat dioptimalkan melalui kerja bersama antar negara, khususnya P20 ini adalah membangun komitmen dan agenda untuk membangun suatu dunia yang sehat dan aman, membangun suatu dunia di mana setiap orang dapat hidup dalam suasana damai, membangun suatu dunia di mana terdapat kesejahteraan untuk semua orang. Kita hidup di bumi yang sama, oleh karena itu kita perlu mengedepankan kerja bersama, gotong royong, dialog, toleransi, budaya damai, budaya cinta pada alam, dan solidaritas untuk mencapai dunia yang lebih baik. Semoga pembahasan hari ini, Interparliamentary Forum P20 tentang peran parlemen dalam memperkuat multilateralisme di abad 21 dan mitigasi perubahan iklim dapat menghasilkan agenda bersama yang produktif. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om.
We kindly extend our gratitude to Her Excellency Ibu Puan Maharani. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency Ibu Puan Maharani will be leaving the place of ceremony, and once again, we kindly extend our gratitude and appreciation to Her Excellency Ibu Puan Maharani. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break before the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, our forum officers are now preparing the stage for the next session, which will be our first session of this parliamentary forum. Please remain in this meeting room. We are going to start the first session in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you.
Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia akan menjadi tuan rumah pertemuan Ketua Parlemen Dunia anggota G20 atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di Gedung DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya dihadiri oleh Ketua DPR RI Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani di Roma, Italia pada tahun 2021 yang lalu.
The P20 should be able to help synergizing and combining the potential of various countries to face global challenges and create a shared future. I believe that through our cooperation in P20, we can help realizing a stronger and more sustainable global economic recovery.
Pertemuan ini akan mendiskusikan tema besar Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery sebagai upaya memperkuat peran parlemen dalam perbaikan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Dalam perhelatan P20 ini, DPR RI membawa 4 isu prioritas yang akan dibahas, yakni percepatan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau, isu-isu yang mengemuka dalam ketahanan pangan dan energi, dan tantangan-tantangan ekonomi, parlemen efektif, demokrasi yang dinamis, kemudian soal inklusi sosial, kesetaraan gender, dan pemberdayaan perempuan. Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia akan menjadi tuan rumah pertemuan Ketua Parlemen Dunia anggota G20 atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di Gedung DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya dihadiri oleh Ketua DPR RI Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani di Roma, Italia pada tahun 2021 yang lalu.
The P20 should be able to help synergizing and combining the potential of various countries to face global challenges and create a shared future. I believe that through our cooperation in P20, we can help realizing a stronger and more sustainable global economic recovery.
Setelah sukses dalam penyelenggaraan pertemuan parlemen tingkat dunia atau IPU pada Maret lalu, pertemuan P20 tahun ini akan lebih mempererat kerjasama antar parlemen anggota G20 dalam mendorong ekonomi hijau, khususnya untuk perbaikan kualitas ekonomi pasca pandemi COVID-19. Pertemuan ini akan mendiskusikan tema besar Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery sebagai upaya memperkuat peran parlemen dalam perbaikan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Dalam perhelatan P20 ini, DPR RI membawa 4 isu prioritas yang akan dibahas, yakni percepatan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau, isu-isu yang mengemuka dalam ketahanan pangan dan energi, dan tantangan-tantangan ekonomi, parlemen efektif, demokrasi yang dinamis, kemudian soal inklusi sosial, kesetaraan gender, dan pemberdayaan perempuan.
Tema P20 2022 juga memiliki karakter spesifik terkait peran parlemen dalam proses pemulihan, yaitu pertama, parlemen yang lebih kuat, stronger parlemen, memberi landasan bagi pelaksanaan tugas parlemen secara efektif. Parlemen yang efektif diperlukan untuk dapat memberikan legitimasi peran pemerintah yang menjadi semakin besar pada masa pandemi.
Pertemuan P20 di Indonesia ini akan menyatukan parlemen anggota G20, negara undangan, dan IPU dalam sebuah pertemuan yang bernilai strategis untuk mendiskusikan isu global, termasuk soal pandemi COVID-19, untuk mencari solusi yang nyata dan relevan.
Internasional Indonesia. I shall pass the floor to Mr. Philips J. Vermonte.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, honorable members of Parliament. I think we can start. Please be seated. And I'm going to call our distinguished panelists for this session and come to the stage. First, I'd like to invite
Mr. Phillips, I would like to ask all the audience to proceed to the room again.
Right.
Mohon perhatian, please. All distinguished guests, please proceed to the meeting room again and please take your seats. We are going to begin the first session of the Parliamentary Forum. Mohon perhatian, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian, kami silakan untuk kembali memasuki ruang rapat. Kita akan mulai first session dari Parliamentary Forum. Terima kasih.
Langsung dipindah ke depan aja.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have many available seats in front. If you would like to come a little bit forward, you are very welcome to do so. Silakan Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena masih banyak tempat duduk kosong di depan, kami silakan untuk mengisi tempat-tempat kosong di depan. Nanti yang belakangan akan masuk, nanti akan menempati kursi-kursi di belakang. Terima kasih. Kami silakan Bapak Philips, please.
Yeah, I'd like to invite our first speaker, Her Excellency, the Honorable Professor Dr. Sahiba Gafarova from Azerbaijan Republic. Please come and occupy the seat. And second, I'd like to invite our second speaker, the Honorable Irin Yusiana Roba Putri. Please come to the stage. And the third speaker, Mr. Muhsin Shihab from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Oh, di sini. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Mr. Adi Aman from International Idea to come to the stage. If I may start the session, welcome to this session on how parliamentarians, especially P20, in the context of G20, could help mitigate various problems that we are all facing together. From the keynote speeches, we've learned that this is a very challenging time for every country around the globe, that we are facing the post-pandemic recovery. At the same time, we are also facing more serious problem of climate change, but there are also traditional problems that we are facing in many parts of the world. So this session will be trying to answer 4 interrelated questions. Number 1, how do we address our current global challenges? There are, for sure, contribution of lawmakers across the globe to address these various problems that we are facing. Secondly, what would be the strategy of parliamentarians across the globe to address these challenges? Thirdly, we've learned from the Honorable Ibu Puan Maharani earlier that we are facing the problem of the erosion of multilateralism and cooperation. But somehow the problem that we are facing right now requires cooperation. That means it can be only pursued to some sort of strong multilateralism. So how do parliamentarians see the future of international cooperation? To what extent can actually parliament across the globe can reinvigorate multilateralism that more or less have been reduced because of geopolitical rivalry, because of pursuing national interests due to the pandemic that challenged the very survival of the citizens across the globe. So naturally, national interests come to the fore. But we cannot afford to neglect multilateral institutions and multilateral cooperation. So these four questions, we hope that can be addressed by our speakers and of course from the participation from the floor later during the Q&A. Now, if I may start with our first speaker, Her Excellency Sahiba Gafarova. If I may read out a little bit CV of hers that I think you also have in the papers that has been distributed by the organizing committee. But she is the chair of Milli Majlis, that is the equivalent of National Assembly of the Azerbaijan Republic. She holds a PhD in philology and has authored many books. She was previously the Vice Rector for International Relations at Baku Slavic University and a Fulbright Scholar at the Institute for Women and Gender Study at the University of Michigan. It's very nice to meet Fulbright Fellow, if I may. And the floor is yours, about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan, I greet you all at the parliamentary forum held in the context of the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. I would like to thank Her Excellency Dr. Puan Maharani, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia, for giving us the opportunity to participate in and address this highly respected forum. Hosting parliamentary forum and the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit is a clear expression of commitment and dedication of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Indonesia to multilateralism, global solidarity, and inter-parliamentary cooperation. Honorable colleagues, today's challenge such as poverty, humanitarian crises and conflicts, social inequalities, climate change, and others cannot be dealt with separately. The valuable lesson that COVID-19 taught us is that global challenges require global solutions. Collective efforts and joint actions are of utmost importance. We parliamentarians, as the representatives of our people, have the responsibility to participate in debates on finding the best possible solutions to the challenges that concern all of us. Parliamentary cooperation platforms are the proof of our commitment and determination to work together for a better world. In this sense, the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit is indispensable in determining the role that parliaments can play and the level of their contributions to the solution of today's problems. It provides an important framework for bringing parliaments together and holding comprehensive discussions on various aspects of the parliament-government collaboration. Based on previous experiences and results, it is evident that Parliamentary Speakers Summit generate new ideas, perspectives, and opportunities for greater and closer global cooperation. I am sure that this 8th summit will also be an important platform in this respect. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to participate here both as the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Chair of the Parliamentary Network of the Non-Aligned Movement, which is a new framework of interparliamentary cooperation. It has been established by the initiative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev as the chair of the non-aligned movement, with the aim to expand and deepen interaction between the parliamentarians of the non-member states. This is a proof of Azerbaijan's strong support and commitment to inter-parliamentary cooperation. Last November in Madrid, we inaugurated the parliamentary network of the NAM on the sidelines of the 143rd Assembly of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. In order to ensure the efficiency of the network, right after the inaugural meeting, the Parliament of Azerbaijan started the work on procedural documents and working modalities, which were later communicated to member parliaments and agreed upon. The Baku conference, held in June this year in Azerbaijan, became an important milestone in development of the parliamentary network. With participation of more than 40 member parliaments and 8 international parliamentary organizations, we adopted the statute on working modalities of the network, as well as its official logo and flag. We also elected the chairperson and vice chairpersons of the network for the coming 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still at the beginning of the process. The next conference of the non-parliamentary network is planned to be held in the framework of the 146th Assembly of the IPU in Manama in March next year. As the incumbent chairperson of the non-parliamentary network, I would like to share with you my firm belief that the network will become an important asset to promote multilateralism, dialogue, and inter-parliamentary cooperation. The parliamentary network of the non-aligned movement is ready to contribute to common goals by actively engaging with other parliamentary organizations. Establishment of the youth organization of NAM in July this year on the basis of the youth network, and the initiative to create the NAM support office in New York are also steps undertaken by Azerbaijan in institutional development of the NAM. Besides, with the aim to achieve greater solidarity and multilateral cooperation to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, Azerbaijan initiated a special session of the United Nations General Assembly, which took place in December 2020, and a resolution on ensuring equal, affordable, timely, and universal access to COVID-19 vaccines, which were adopted at the United Nations General Assembly and Human Rights Council with an overwhelming support of the member states. President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, has also proposed to establish a United Nations high-level panel on global recovery from the COVID-19 that would focus on preparing recommendations on global measures for post-pandemic period. Honorable colleagues, if we want to achieve tangible results of collective efforts aimed at solving the problems of international concern, we should strengthen the efficiency of international institutions, implement adopted documents, and dismiss double standards and selective approaches. Unfortunately, in many cases, countries suffer from this harsh reality. Azerbaijan has also witnessed it on its own experience. 20% of the internationally recognized territories of Azerbaijan were under the occupation of our neighbor Armenia for almost 30 years. Armenia carried out ethnic cleansing that resulted in more than 1 million Azerbaijanis becoming refugees from Armenia and internally displaced persons from occupied territories. Almost 4,000 citizens of Azerbaijan, both civilians and military, still remain missing in connection with the conflict from the beginning of the 90s. During the years of occupation, Armenia deliberately destroyed all our cities and villages, vandalized all historical, cultural, and religious sites of Azerbaijan. 4 resolutions adopted by the United Nations Security Council in 1993, as well as the resolutions and decisions of the United Nations General Assembly, the non-aligned movement, the OSCE, the OIC, and other relevant international organizations, demanded immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of armed forces of Armenia from Azerbaijan's occupied territories. However, they were ignored by Armenia. While some resolutions of the United Nations Security Council are implemented within days, in our case, in case of Azerbaijan, they remained unfulfilled for 27 years. Unfortunately, no sanctions were imposed on the aggressor state by international organizations. Azerbaijan implemented United Nations Security Council resolutions, norms and principles of international law, restored its territorial integrity and historical justice on its own. In November 2020, Armenia was forced to sign an act of capitulation following the 44-day war that started as a result of its military provocations. Ladies and gentlemen, despite being the victim of occupation and the country that liberated its occupied territories, it is Azerbaijan which continues efforts to ensure long-term peace and stability in the region for the last 2 years. Azerbaijan proposed to Armenia to normalize relations and sign a peace agreement on the basis of 5 principles of international law: recognition of sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other, delimitation and demarcation of borders will lead to peace and stability in the region. However, Armenia shows a destructive position in the negotiations conducted with international efforts, creates obstacles to the process of opening of communications and transport routes in the region, and delays the normalization process with its military provocations, the last one being perpetrated on September 13 this year. Such actions should be condemned. The most important thing now is to refrain from the actions that will disrupt the process of normalizations of relations, which is the only way to ensure a long-term peace and stability in the region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for updating us as well on the new platform of the parliamentarian network of non-aligned movement. I think that would be something fellow Indonesians resonate about, being one of the initiator of the non-aligned movement back in the 50s and 60s. Now, let's move on to the second speaker. We have our member of parliament, Ibu Irin Yusiana Robaputri. She's a member of the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives of Indonesia. She also is chairing the Forum of Women Parliamentarians of the IPU and is an ambassador of women political leaders. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, honorable panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me welcome all delegates to Jakarta, Indonesia. I really wish that you have a pleasant stay during the G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit. And please allow me to deliver my speech in Bahasa Indonesia. Selaras dengan opening remarks dari Ibu Ketua DPR RI, Dr. Honoris Clausa Puan Maharani, dan juga kehadiran para delegasi G20 pada kesempatan sore hari ini, saya meyakini bahwa semua yang hadir pada sore hari ini sepakat bahwa kerjasama internasional dapat dikatakan sebagai kunci utama dalam mengatasi berbagai tantangan global saat ini. Sejarah dunia mencatat bahwa sejak berakhirnya Perang Dunia Kedua, multilateralisme telah berhasil menjadi kerangka kerja bersama bagi negara-negara di dunia untuk mencegah konflik semacam itu terjadi lagi. Dalam perkembangannya, multilateralisme berperan penting dalam menjaga perdamaian global, menciptakan keamanan, serta memberikan dukungan bagi globalisasi dan distribusi bahan-bahan kebutuhan publik. Multilateralisme juga berhasil menjadi kerangka kerja yang berperan dalam keberhasilan G20 di masa lalu dalam mengatasi krisis keuangan dan juga mempromosikan stabilitas keuangan internasional. Dalam konteks dinamika tantangan global saat ini, multilateralisme diharapkan sekali lagi menjadi kerangka kerja utama bagi negara-negara dalam mengatasi berbagai tantangan lintas batas yang sangat kompleks. Tantangan-tantangan tersebut merupakan masalah yang baru pertama kali ini dialami dunia, misalnya perubahan iklim, krisis keuangan, hingga keamanan cyber. Demikian halnya dengan pandemi COVID-19 yang berdampak bukan hanya pada perekonomian dunia, tetapi juga mengancam pencapaian pembangunan yang telah kita capai selama bertahun-tahun, serta memperdalam kesenjangan ekonomi antar negara. Masalah-masalah ini kemudian membuat kita sadar bahwa tidak ada satu negara pun yang bisa mengatasinya sendiri. Pandemi COVID-19 misalnya mengingatkan kita tentang urgensi untuk meningkatkan kerjasama dalam mewujudkan komitmen kita akan implementasi Agenda 2030 untuk pembangunan berkelanjut. Oleh sebab itu, dalam pandangan saya, multilateralisme tetap relevan dalam menjawab berbagai tantangan global saat ini. Sebagai salah satu aktor kunci dalam politik internasional, Parlemen dapat memberikan kontribusi positif yang signifikan dalam menguatkan kembali multilateralisme. Kita memahami dan meyakini bahwa multilateralisme merupakan kunci dari berbagai tantangan global saat ini. Namun kita juga menyaksikan tren sebaliknya yang berkembang di fora internasional dalam beberapa tahun terakhir. Alih-alih menguatnya multilateralisme, kita justru menyaksikan menguatnya geopolitik, meningkatnya ketidakpercayaan, timbulnya konflik, serta berbagai kebijakan yang bernuansa unilateral sebagai respon terhadap meningkatnya rasa tidak aman dan juga ketidakpastian global. Tren seperti itu merupakan tantangan besar bagi multilateralisme. Terhadap perkembangan tersebut, kerjasama antar parlemen bisa menjadi jawabannya. Melalui diplomasi parlemen, dialog dan pertukaran praktik terbaik dari pelaksanaan fungsi parlemen, parlemen memiliki kapasitas untuk memulihkan kepercayaan, memelihara demokrasi, dan menjaga agar lembaga-lembaga multilateral tetap berjalan. Dengan karakternya yang lebih fleksibel, diplomasi parlemen yang diarahkan untuk memperkuat kerjasama antar parlemen dapat menjadi instrumen politik luar negeri yang efektif dalam memerangi berbagai tantangan global yang ada saat ini. Kerjasama antar parlemen juga bisa membantu membangun pemahaman yang lebih baik, tidak hanya dalam konteks antar negara, tetapi juga antar masyarakat, guna membangun kesepahaman dan juga mencegah konflik. Kesepahaman dapat meningkatkan rasa saling percaya antara pihak dan juga membuka peluang untuk penyelesaian berbagai persoalan global melalui cara-cara damai. Melalui wadah seperti P20 misalnya, Parlemen dapat memberikan masukan sekaligus mendorong realisasi komitmen pemerintah untuk mengembalikan multilateralisme sebagai kerangka utama dalam menjawab berbagai persoalan global. Melalui keanggotaan dalam berbagai organisasi internasional, anggota parlemen dapat membangun hubungan antar warga, pemerintah, lembaga internasional, serta mengawasi pelaksanaan perjanjian, kesepakatan, dan juga resolusi internasional guna memastikan bahwa agenda global diintegrasikan ke dalam kerangka nasional dan benar-benar berdampak pada konstituen kita. Semua pihak termasuk parlemen perlu secara aktif berpartisipasi dalam global governance dan berkontribusi pada upaya pemenuhan berbagai kebutuhan publik yang diperlukan saat ini. Sebab sebagai anggota parlemen sudah menjadi tugas kita untuk mewakili konstituen kita dan juga menyediakan masa depan yang aman dan sejahtera bagi mereka. Sebelum saya menutup pemaparan saya ingin menyampaikan sedikit mengenai sejarah Indonesia di era Presiden Soekarno. Ketika itu beliau selaku salah seorang pendiri dari gerakan non-blok berkontribusi dalam upaya menggalang kerjasama internasional yang bersemangatkan Dasa Sila Bandung atau Bandung Principles. Selaras dengan apa yang disampaikan oleh panelis sebelumnya, bahwa Dasa Sila Bandung terdiri dari antara lain multilateralisme, saling menghormati, mengutamakan kerjasama berdasarkan kepentingan bersama, serta pendekatan damai dalam menyelesaikan permasalahan antar negara masih sangat relevan dalam konteks dunia hari ini. Gerakan non-blok yang di tingkat parlemen dikenal dengan nama Parliamentary Network of Non-Alignment Movement dapat menguatkan kembali multilateralisme di tengah berbagai tantangan global saat ini yang tidak dapat dihadapi sendiri oleh satu negara. Terlebih lagi ada 120 negara anggota gerakan non-blok yang juga menjadi anggota PBB. Dengan jumlah yang sangat signifikan, saya percaya bahwa kita tetap bisa konsisten dengan sesuai dengan semangat dasar sila Bandung atau Bandung Principle. Tidak hanya diharapkan dapat menguatkan kembali multilateralisme, tetapi juga saya yakin hal tersebut bisa membawa manfaat yang sangat berarti bagi masyarakat dunia. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Ibu Irin, for the insightful presentation. If I may summarize 3 points, important points that have been highlighted by her remarks. Number one is no country can alone tackle the global challenges that we are facing. So international cooperation to multilateral platform is the way to go. Number two, thank you for reminding everybody in the room, honorable MPs from various countries, that one of the many roles that you are playing is to remind our respective government to fulfill international commitment through various international institutions. So member of parliaments also play a very important role in parliamentary diplomacy. I like the term, that because normally diplomacy is rested on the side of the executive branch of power, but parliamentary can also play diplomatic role, involving civil society, encouraging people-to-people relations, through various exchanges of ideas, including the one that we are having today, part of the P20 meeting. Now, if I may proceed to the third speaker, Mr. Mohsin Shihab, a senior diplomat of the Republic of Indonesia. He served during 2018 to 2020 as the Indonesia's Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations in New York. Now he is the expert staff on interagency relations to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Her Excellency Retno Marsudi. Pak Mohsin Shihab, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Maybe can you? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Philip Vermonte, for moderating this session. Honorable members of parliaments from various countries, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to have been given an opportunity to speak before this August gathering. In this session, I would just like to complement what have been discussed and put forward by the previous speakers. I would like to stress on 3 main points. First, let's talk about the general overview of the global challenges and also the general overview of the G20. And secondly, I will try to a little bit expose what we have been doing as Indonesia's G20 presidency, and then let's talk about multilateralism and the role of the Parliament. First, if I may talk about the global challenges. We are now in the situation, as we speak now, the world is fronting and enduring and growing challenges, life-threatening climate change, and also unfinished COVID-19 pandemics, as well as gloomy global economy. And it is worsened by the food supply, energy security, financial crisis that are not helping at all. On top of that, we are also being confronted by major rivalries of major powers as well as geopolitical tensions. We are witnessing many conflicts all over the world. And this resulted in many social and political problems. Refugees, internally displaced persons, and disruptions of economic outlook in the world. So with these challenges, I think the world is now being confronted with unprecedented challenges. And it is similar like the situation where we are facing the Second World War. For that reason, G20 has to be able to overcome these challenges through partnership, because G20 is a global partnership. And through global partnership, collective actions and also multilateral mechanism should address these global challenges. Now, let's see the general overview of the G20 itself, the G20 modality. As was mentioned by the coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs, 85% of the global GDP within the G20 countries, 75% of international trade, 2/3 of world's population within the G20 countries. So with those facts and figures, the G20 should be able to make a systemic global impact, because with the policies, recommendations that are being proposed by the G20 will of course have a great impact, not only to the G20 member countries, but also to all over the world. Why so? Let's see now the general characteristic of the G20 itself. It is non-legally binding, of course. It's voluntary and consensus-based, and attended by significant economic countries, collective and inclusive-based collaboration. Why collective and inclusive collaboration? I'll come back later, and it is very much related with our presidency. Collaboration of the G7 countries, or developed countries and developing countries, or sometimes it is being called with emerging market economies. And also G20 also adaptive, flexible, responsive, effective, and become a crisis management solution. As you might be well aware of, the history of the establishment of the G20, it was established right after the financial crisis in the end of 1990s. And in the 2008, the very first summit of the G20 was also held due to the financial crisis all over the world. So G20 in nature should be able to respond to every crisis. So if G20 cannot respond to the crisis, meaning the relevance, the contextuality of G20 is declining. And we here, both the parliamentarians and also the governments, should be able to work together in synergy to show the world that G20 delivers. For that reason, in Indonesia's G20 presidency, we try to implement several principles of the G20. Firstly, we have to be inclusive, promote the interests of developing countries and also developed countries. For that reason, Indonesia invites many developing countries which sometimes being neglected. We invited the representative of Nepal. We invited representative of Pacific Island Forum. We invited the representative of CARICOM. So meaning we invited representatives of all over the world. This is aimed at giving them an opportunity to voice out their concerns, their interests through the G20 in order to encourage all over the world, the people all over the world, to work together. And for that reason also, the G20 tagline of Indonesia's presidency is recover together, recover stronger. Why so? Because we do realize we have serious problem that we need to tackle together. And by overcoming this together, we believe that we can recover stronger. In Indonesia's presidency, we also put forward 3 major priorities. First, the strengthening global health architecture. Second, digital transformation. And third, energy transition. These 3 main priority agenda actually is very much relevant to what we have been facing. We have been facing the pandemics, and we try, and we should always continue to try to find solution how to tackle the pandemics, not only this current pandemics, but the next potential pandemics. We need to anticipate. That is the very reason why Indonesia put forward strengthening global health architecture. Digital transformation, we have been hearing a lot about cyber security, cyber crimes and everything. We need to tackle this issue in open manner, in a transparent manner, and we have to tackle together. And thirdly, energy transition. Energy transition is of crucial importance for industrialization, for developing countries, of course. And this requires at least 2 main elements. That is the technology and financing. And it has to be about accessibility and affordability of the energy. Unless and until we address these 2 challenges, these 2 main criteria, then we will not be able to reach the energy transition in a safe and optimal manner. Next, I will also try to give you an overall picture of what we have been doing. I mean, the Indonesia's presidency. It is 41 days to go, and we have held 372 out of 446 meetings, meaning 83.4% have already been covered. And through these meetings, we have completed like 15 ministerial level meetings, and we have several outcomes, substantive outcomes. We have agreed on many substantive outcomes, although we have yet agreed on one particular issue which is very much related with geopolitical issue. But that's fine, because we live in a democratic values, so we try to overcome later. And if I may also give you a little bit about the progress of Indonesia's G20 presidency, what have been achieved. First, on the global health architecture, probably in the next slide, we have agreed on financial intermediary fund, which have received the pledge of $1.4 billion. And this fund will be utilized to anticipate the pandemics, the future pandemics, and also try to overcome the current pandemics. And second, on digital transformation, we have agreed on toolkit for measuring digital skills and digital literacy. And on energy transition, we have agreed on Bali Compact, which contains 9 voluntary principles for energy transition that leaves no one behind. We hope that with this Bali Compact, we will have a more streamlined guidance on how to achieve energy transition. Next, let's see about Indonesia's G20 presidency and multilateralism. Well, Indonesia would like to have a presidency that would be impactful with a concrete and tangible results. And this requires collective measures and collective and collaborative actions. Our presidency focused on strengthening global partnership with concrete and tangible and impactful deliverables. To achieve that, pragmatic and real cooperation, meaningful and impactful for the public, should be put forward and strengthened. Benefits not only limited to G20 members, but also for other members beyond the G20. On the G20 presidency as well, we hope we can strengthen multilateralism. We know that we are facing unprecedented situation with global challenges, and people believe that multilateralism should be able to address. But in fact, some also are in doubt that multilateralism cannot address effectively. For that reason, we should prove that G20 can revitalize, can revive multilateralism. And in this, we need also the role of the parliaments, because the parliaments, the only institution that can directly communicate and give awareness to the people, because MPs all over the world, they have their constituencies, they have intensive communication with their constituencies, and they are actually the most effective interlocutor on how people could participate and contribute in reviving and revitalizing multilateralism. Through P20, parliaments, of course, has a very crucial role to be a bridge builder and contribute to build trust and hope through dialogue-based mechanism. You know, some people think that we are now in the trust deficit situation. Rivalries of major powers, geopolitical tensions, and many other challenges, that also marks the situation where people in a very bad situation and also in a very not conducive situation. That's why we have to we have to turn the trust deficit into strategic trust. For that reason, Parliament should intensify multilateral cooperation that promotes dialogue and concrete collective action. Sharing best practices and experiences and challenges in addressing crises all over the world is also key, because we have our own situation. Our respective national circumstances cannot be put in one-size-fits-all principle. That is the very reason why sharing best practices and taking lessons from other experiences are also of crucial importance. And for that reason also, Parliament should facilitate policy dialogue on important matters and thus provide recommendations that can be proposed by the governments. I think I'll stop there, and I'm open for discussion later on. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Mohsin Shihab, for giving your insights into the questions that we are asking in this session. And I think what Pak Mohsin elaborated in his presentation resonate with what has been said by Ibu Irina as well, about the facilitating role of the Parliament through dialogue, through sharing best practices, and then there are a lot of things that actually can be done by parliaments across the globe. And it is interesting to note that you are starting your presentation with citing our history, that after World War II, there was the time when some kind of an international order emerged after the devastating impact of the war that was then felt by all countries across the globe. And now with the pandemic also brought with it very devastating impact. So actually we have to wait for some kind of a new spirit of international cooperation, similar to what our leaders back then, when they are responding in the aftermath of the war that caused so many devastating devastating results. And I think it is in the minds of the Indonesian leaders now, with the G20 presidency, to put number one, the question about the global architecture of health structure, and that is, I think, very relevant to what we are facing these days. Now let's proceed to our next speaker, Mr. Adi Aman, who is the Senior Program Manager for Asia and the Pacific, as well as Country Program Manager for Fiji and Mongolia at International IDEA, which is a Stockholm-based international organization committing works on improving electoral institutions across the globe that is the backbone of many democratic systems. Pak Adi Aman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vermonte. It's always tough to be the final speaker, but I hope my fancy and colorful slides will keep you listening. And I believe someone will assist me in operating the slides. I'd like to first of all thank the People's Representative Council of the Republic of Indonesia for inviting us, the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, or International IDEA, to contribute in this distinguished forum. We are a relatively small intergovernmental organization with 34 member states, but I'm happy to say that more than almost half of the G20 members are also members of International IDEA. I will name them: Australia, Brazil, Canada, who is the current chair, Germany, Indonesia, our host, India, Mexico, South Africa, and many in the European Union. Japan is an observer state at International IDEA. I'll be speaking about combating disinformation in elections towards a united multilateral front. I believe this fits with Indonesia's priority on digital transformation. So I hope our intervention is useful. Next. Yeah, next again. Next. Let me reiterate this. Towards a united multilateral front. Today, I will address the global challenge of disinformation that has the potential of gravely affecting one of the most important democratic processes in most G20 countries, and indeed all over the world, which is elections. Disinformation has already affected many facets of life. International IDEA has chosen to focus on elections, given its significant importance in democracy. I will argue in this presentation that to tackle this challenge, a united multilateral front needs to be established. And I believe that fits with the topic of this session of the forum. Next. Let us consider the situation. Next. First, some definitions. MDM. Misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. Misinformation is misleading or false information spread without the intent to harm and or deceive. Then disinformation is misleading or false information spread with the intent to harm and or deceive. And lastly, malinformation is accurate information that is deliberately manipulated or put in a context that is intended to cause harm. Next. So as you can see, misinformation and disinformation contains false information, whereas malinformation contains accurate information. Next. And then disinformation and malinformation contain the intention to harm. And as you can see, disinformation is right in the middle because because of that, it becomes the sort of the stigma when we talk about problems in the online information environment, because it carries both false information and also the intention to harm. Now, these definitions are not necessarily understood or agreed by everyone, which is why a multilateral discussion is needed to seek common definitions. You can look it up. If you search for definitions, you get different answers. But this is for the purpose of this presentation, these are the definitions that we're going with. Next. Let's now take a look at the online information environment in elections specifically, but I'm sure once I go down the list, you can relate it to matters outside elections as well. So you see hate speech, trolling, instigation of violence. Next. Cross-platform harassment, I can see humiliation, doxing, defamation, and the biggest problem is disinformation. And these are the examples of malicious use of online information environment in elections. Next. What are the implications on elections? Let's take a look. Next. So, trust seems to be one of the main targets of the strategies aimed at undermining democratic institutions and delegitimizing electoral processes. And this is what the perpetrators of disinformation are going for. The EMB, the electoral management body, is targeted. If the public loses trust in them, therefore the election process and results are not to be trusted. We have just witnessed such an attempt in Brazil. When it comes to election officials, the immediate consequence is to discredit them as individuals and experts. And we have the data to show that. We are currently finalizing it, and we will announce that in the very near future. Next. Now, here are several known MDM challenges: misinformation, disinformation, malinformation. Let's take a look at the first one: interference. Can you stop there for now? Interference, it came to prominence during the 2016 US elections. Can you move back just to interference, please? Thank you. Yeah, so 2016 US elections, this was the first time the issue of interference came to prominence. Question is, by whom? A lot of talk was about foreign interference, but more recently we are seeing that the borders are becoming more blurry. It can be, the intellectual actor can be a domestic person, but the perpetrator can still be foreign, or vice versa. And because of this cross-border issue, and it's borderless, we believe that multilateral action is the way to go. Credibility attacks on officials, political parties, and candidates, troublesome campaigning. This is not merely launching negative campaigns. This is the use of disinformation to get ahead of the competition and in the competition, i.e. the elections. Next. Gender-specific aggression. This is not new. International IDEA recently conducted a study about how women politicians are treated on Facebook in Fiji. And we found that it is true that women are more targeted. But that's in Fijian context. Globally, we're seeing that the aggression may be gender-specific because men and women are attacked in different ways. So quantitatively, there may not be a difference, but the way of the attacks may be different. Thus, they may require different remedies. Next is problematic regulation. Noble intention to address disinformation may lead to negative consequences. Noble intention may lead to negative consequences. And this is understood because there needs to be a balancing act between preserving freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and creating a safer online environment through enforcement of rules and restrictions. Next. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, if you look at it as an opportunity, there is currently a lack of collaborative international action. Disinformation is growing to be a borderless problem, as I mentioned before. We cannot say that the threat always comes from foreign sources. In fact, we observe more and more domestic ones recently. However, the perpetrators may be anywhere in this world. Such is the nature of the internet. Next. So, what to do then? Next. So, again, multilateral cooperation. Next, let's look at each topic. Regulations and rules. There can be joint regulation making and exchanges at regional and global levels. The European Union, for example, has advanced themselves in forming the European Cooperation Network on Elections, comprising of EU member states' electoral management bodies for this very purpose, among others. Appropriate to this P20 setting, parliaments with its legislative powers are central to this effort, as the European example has shown. Next. Interagency cooperation and strategic cooperation, strategic communication, should be strengthened involving, for example, agencies responsible in cybersecurity, criminal investigations, as well as educational institutions involved in enhancing digital literacy. The EMB, or the electoral management body, cannot do it on its own. Making the electoral management body as source of information, or as the main source of information, is necessary. Again, the Parliament is a large contributing factor to this effort. Next. You see social media company symbols there? self-regulation by social media platforms has proven insufficient. At the same time, these platforms cannot be taken out of the equation because they are the venues of the spread of MDM. They need to be engaged and engage themselves in a collective multilateral effort where they not only deal with countries individually, but also collectively. And we have seen this trend that social media platforms, for commercial reasons, tend to prioritize deals with larger countries, countries which are larger markets to them. That is just the nature of commercialism. How about the smaller countries? So a multilateral effort can reduce this effect where countries band together and have a discussion and interaction with the social media platforms together. And finally, problems arising from MDM need to be eliminated and solutions need to be found. It is in our view that they are best found through a united multilateral front. Next. So I hope I have made my case on the need to tackle the dangers of disinformation in a united multilateral way. Let us pave the way for a peaceful, secure, and stable work together. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Pak Hadi Aman, for bringing up this very important question that we are all need to deal with, because our citizens are now more connected than ever through various social media platforms. Internet has spread out from urban areas to rural areas. Politics now sometimes done in digital ways. So certainly this issue of MDM are one of the most challenging issues that we need to tackle together. 10 years ago, when social media started, actually people around the globe were enthusiastic because it was thought that it will bring the wisdom of the crowd. That wisdom might come from anybody, anywhere on the planet. But now it turns out there are the downside that has not been tackled properly. So thank you for bringing this problem to the discussion. And much of the problem, I think, that has been highlighted by Pak Muhsin earlier is about trust as well. So we have a lack of trust between countries, and probably within our constituencies, there are also lack of trust among the citizens. And of course, lawmakers, politicians have a very important role to play here to reduce this lack of trust that might lead to social conflicts and eventually create a more peaceful environment within the country and between countries. I have just been told, because of the interest of time, there was a question, but from a representative from Thailand. But this question, I think, is very relevant for the second session on the climate change that will start right after this. If I may ask you and pass on this question onto the next session, that would be grateful, because our Madam Speaker has a bilateral meeting with Ibu Puan, the chairwoman of the Indonesian DPR, House of Representatives, 5 minutes from now. And so I was told by the organizer that it seems we would not have Q&A session, regretfully. Otherwise, the whole session will be ended late at night, because there is another session coming up on climate change. But what we can gather from the speakers in this session is that multilateralism is our way to go, given various problems that we are facing, a deep problem, non-traditional problems, new problems, and old problems now happening at the same time. So that's why no country could solve the problem by itself. And we cannot afford if countries would not cooperate. And our hope is that parliaments and parliamentarians, because of their power to write laws, to control the government, to remind the government of international commitment, and also because MPs are the ones who have direct connection with the constituencies, with the people. We cannot reiterate more how important the role that has to be played by member of parliaments across the globe to help all of us, number one, recover from the current pandemic, number two, anticipate the coming problem at the global level on various issues, climate change, security in our cyberspace, and maybe another pandemic coming, we don't know. That requires cooperation for us to tackle them more appropriately next time. So with that, I think I have to close the session. Thank you for your attention and your time. I hope what have been said here might give you some insights, and probably you will bring it to your constituency as the hope of this conference. Thank you. I return the microphone to the Master of Ceremony.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the moderator and panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the second session of this parliamentary forum. And according to our agenda, the second session of the forum is held until 5:30 p.m. Prominent panelists in this session will share with us their expertise and views on how parliaments can help reach emissions reduction targets and facilitate global cooperation on climate change in times of multiple crises. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed directly to the second session, and therefore may we kindly invite our session moderator, Ms. Evi Mariani, journalist, co-founder, and the executive director of Project Multatuli. I shall pass the floor to Ibu Evi Mariani, please.
Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia akan menjadi tuan rumah pertemuan Ketua Parlemen Dunia anggota G20 atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di Gedung DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya dihadiri oleh Ketua DPR RI Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani di Roma, Italia pada tahun 2021 yang lalu.
The P20 should be able to help synergizing and combining the potential of various countries to face global challenges and create a shared future. I believe that through our cooperation in P20, we can help realizing a stronger and more sustainable global economic recovery.
Setelah sukses dalam penyelenggaraan pertemuan parlemen tingkat dunia atau IPU pada Maret lalu, pertemuan P20 tahun ini akan lebih mempererat kerjasama antar parlemen anggota G20 dalam mendorong ekonomi hijau, khususnya untuk perbaikan kualitas ekonomi pasca pandemi COVID-19. Pertemuan ini akan mendiskusikan tema besar Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery sebagai upaya memperkuat peran parlemen dalam perbaikan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Dalam perhelatan P20 ini, DPR RI membawa 4 isu prioritas yang akan dibahas, yakni percepatan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau, isu-isu yang mengemuka dalam ketahanan pangan dan energi, dan tantangan-tantangan ekonomi, parlemen efektif, demokrasi yang dinamis, kemudian soal inklusi sosial, kesetaraan gender, dan pemberdayaan perempuan.
Tema P20 2022 juga memiliki karakter spesifik terkait peran parlemen dalam proses pemulihan, yaitu pertama, parlemen yang lebih kuat, stronger parlemen, memberi landasan bagi pelaksanaan tugas parlemen secara efektif. Parlemen yang efektif diperlukan untuk dapat memberikan legitimasi peran pemerintah yang menjadi semakin besar pada masa pandemi.
Pertemuan P20 di Indonesia ini akan menyatukan parlemen anggota G20, negara undangan, dan IPU dalam sebuah pertemuan yang bernilai strategis untuk mendiskusikan isu global, termasuk soal pandemi COVID-19, untuk mencari solusi yang nyata dan relevan.
The spirit of the room. Okay, before introducing our distinguished speakers, I would like to first tell you about the what we are going to talk about during the second session. We are going to talk about how parliaments around the world, especially in Indonesia, help reach emissions reduction targets and facilitate global cooperation on climate change in time of multiple crises. With us today, this afternoon, in the middle, hello, is Right Honourable Sir Lindsay Hoyle, a British politician who has served as a member of the Parliament for Charlie since 1997, impressive, and as Speaker of the House of Commons since 2019. As a Labour Party MP, Sir Hoyle served as Chairman of Ways and Means and Deputy Speaker to John Bercow, I hope I pronounced it right, from 2010 to 2009. The second speaker I would like to introduce is, drumroll, Pak Putu Supatma Rudana. From Bali, obviously. Pak Putu Supatma Rudana is the Vice Chair of the Committee for Inter-Parliamentary Cooperation and member of the Trade and Investment Committee of the House of Representatives of Indonesia. This is your home, I believe. He holds a master's degree in business administration from Webster University and is the founder of the DESTAR, a research center focused on the preservation of culture and arts. The second speaker, Pak Dadan, may you wave your hand? Hello, Pak Dadan Kusdiana, good afternoon. Pak Dadan Kusdiana is a senior bureaucrat who currently serves as Indonesia's Director General for New and Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation from the government, yeah, as well as Acting Director General for Electricity at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. He received both his master's degree and PhD in energy science from Kyoto University. And last but not least, Bu Tiza Mafira. Tiza Mafira is an experienced public expert and environmentalist who currently serves as the Director of Climate Policy Initiative in Indonesia. She is also the co-founder of Indonesia Plastic Bags Diet Movement, and she received her master's degree in law from Harvard University and has been featured on the award-winning documentary, The Story of Plastic. So we have impressive panelists here. Yeah, please clap. Please. Applause, please. Thank you. Okay, so I would like to give the first opportunity to Sir Hoyle. 15 minutes maximum, if less, so we can open question and answer is better. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm already under pressure, so there we are. Let's ensure that I certainly won't take up all the time. First of all, can I say thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the Westminster Foundation for Democracy panel during this year's P20 summit. As some of you may know, I am the WFD's patron, and I cannot overstate how important panels, discussions and events such as these are in bringing together parliamentarians from across the world and in driving progress in areas such as the ones that we're speaking on today. When we think of multiple crises, the one which has had enormous impact on how we've all had to live over the last 2 years through the COVID-19 pandemic, what I am certain that the pandemic has taught us is that in a crisis, resilience, development and change flourish. And I've got to say, seeing that teams in the House of Commons come together, deliver a virtual chamber in the speed in which we did, was a testament to the people who work in the House. For 1,000 years, we were still writing on goatskin. To actually go to a virtual parliament within 48 hours is a massive achievement for the House. And so, when I think of this question, how can parliaments help reach and ensure emission reduction targets that will facilitate our global cooperation on climate change? What is clear to me is when we are in a crisis or the crisis upon us, the mood action that takes many dynamic forms. And we know that no one form will ever size will fit all. It goes without saying that the climate change emergency is one of the most pressing crises facing the world today. As many of you will know, my role as Speaker of the United Kingdom House of Commons is an impartial one. It's up to the government to sign up to international commitments and take the key decisions. The key translating global agreements into action is through legislation. But parliaments must debate those solutions, pass that legislative measures, and then allocate public funding to hold the government to account. However, it's not only the debating chambers of our parliaments where we should be pushing for reduction on emissions, but also in the very spaces where we all work. At the Palace of Westminster, we're aiming to be a net zero by 2035. We've worked hard to ensure that all our energy we use is from renewable sources such as wind, solar, hydroelectricity. And as parliaments pass laws that affect our citizens, we must also hold ourselves to account by upholding the same standards. As parliamentarians, our constituents rightly expect us to play an active part in doing what we can to save the planet. We play a critical role, and as chair of the British group of the IPU, Harriet Baldwin stated last year at the IPU's COP26 event in Glasgow, parliamentarians are the essential drivers in the fight to end climate change because they can advocate, communicate, legislate, scrutinise, as well as represent the communities. And an encouraging sign of accountability for climate policy came in February last year, when Alok Sharma was designated the UK's candidate to chair COP26 in Glasgow. Alok was given a seat at the Cabinet and authority to direct the UK's government climate policy. And the government has agreed that the COP president would have to attend the House of Commons to answer oral and written questions. So since March last year, the Minister has had to attend regular question times where MPs have been able to ask the questions and submit on all matters of international climate negotiations. The House of Commons Select Committee have also provided a number of opportunities for parliamentarians to scrutinise government policy. 10 select committees are working together on meetings where our COP president and his team can go into more detail on the government's approach. A meeting is scheduled for this month before the UK hands over the COP presidency to Egypt, providing parliamentarians the opportunity for fuller scrutiny. Cooperation with individual parliaments like these cross-party committees is admirable, reflecting the need for scrutiny, accountability beyond the simple individual government departments. Climate change is not, as we know, confined to one government policy or department, so scrutiny must take a much bigger approach. This is true at an international level as well. And as the IPU's outcome document from last year's parliamentary meeting at COP26 emphasises, climate change is a global issue which can transcend borders. Strong international parliament cooperation is crucial for finding global solutions. I can only reiterate again how important meetings, conferences such as these allow us to hear from those that are living with the impacts of the climate change. And I've got to say, at COP26, I met the Speaker of Tuvalu, who had presented a striking exhibition of fiberglass life-size polar bears in life jackets standing on a block of ice, vividly highlighting the plight of Tuvalu, which is rapidly being eroded as the water level rises. The exhibition that was given to me went on tour. It visited my constituency of Chorley in the north of England, where the polar bears went on display at the youth centre in my constituency. And so the message from the Speaker of Tuvalu went from a global conference to my constituency via polar bears being seen by hundreds and thousands of young people daily and the future leaders on climate change activities. So the message was quite simple, and it's a simple one. Global warming affects us all, but it affects the poorest even more. So we, the wealthiest, must stand together and support the poorest nations who will suffer the most from global warming, who had the least to do with it. So therefore, it is time for our conscience to be pricked and to recognise that we're in this together and we must work together and support each other. As co-president of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association UK, and a number of my colleagues joining us this week, also members of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, I wanted to share some of the work they're doing to support and facilitate global cooperation on climate change. Last year, they hosted a youth advocacy workshop, bringing together 35 parliamentarians, youth advocates from 16 territories, which recommendations for parliamentarians on how to engage and advocate for the young people they represent on climate change. As I've mentioned already, parliamentarians have an important role. The more that we are informed, the better we can advocate for those we represent. A further initiative from the COP26 and Commonwealth Parliamentary Forums on Climate Change, which brought together 270 delegates, 38 countries. The outcome of that document makes political recommendations and practical recommendations for parliamentarians on the actions which we all can take within our parliamentary systems. The more that we can share experiences, the understanding across borders, the better our global response can be. Yesterday, I had the privilege of meeting with the WFD's Indonesian chapter, hearing about the work they're doing with parliamentarians in Indonesia on environmental democracy, aimed at ensuring there is an evidence-based climate policy making, scrutiny on policies, green budgeting, gender, social inclusion in climate action. In conclusion, as decision makers, opinion leaders, parliamentarians can play a decisive role in climate action in the representative and respective countries. So we must make sure that that role, that we contribute this process, and there is no limit to what political will can do. All of these actions will require parliaments to exercise strong oversight, governing policy, make full use of their lawmaking authority as green economy cuts across the whole range of policy areas. Many parliamentarians may need to enhance their working methods, committee structures, strengthen coordination, ensure coherence of national policies, laws and regulations. Most importantly, as climate action can only succeed with the support of all sectors of society, parliaments and parliamentarians should work closely with all people, consumers, workers, entrepreneurs, to ensure that the concerns are heard and duly factored into the decision-making process. And I will end on this note. Together we are stronger, and we need to act now.
Thank you so much, Sir Hon. Together we are stronger, and we're in this together. So I think it's a very nice opening to the second speaker. Pak Putu could probably elaborate more about how global cooperation and how Indonesian Parliament, House of Representatives respond to climate change and global cooperation. I believe you have a presentation, I think. Do you want to display the presentation? Yeah. It's like someone will help us, right? And your constituents also is in Bali, right?
In Bali, right.
In Bali, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
You probably want to talk a little bit about how your constituents see climate change and stuff like that. Okay. 15 minutes, I'll be strict, Pak Putu, kalau lebih.
I will try. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Ibu Evi Mariani, honorable panelists, honorable delegates, honorable member of Indonesian parliaments, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I would like to welcome you back again to our Parliament building. This is our home, this is our house. And then I hope also you will enjoy the capital city of Jakarta. And in addition to that, you will enjoy also the beauty of Indonesia. We have more than 17,000 islands, the fourth most populous country in the world. So I think you have to go to each island. And I'm from one small island in Indonesia. Maybe have you heard about Bali? And I'm from Bali, and my constituencies is in Bali. From the name, you know, I'm from Bali. I'm Putu Supadmarudana. Putu meaning the first son of the family. So the first name in Bali is Putu. Thank you once again. It is an honor for me to be here, of course. It's such a great meeting. In this session, we have a topic we will discuss about how can parliaments help reach emission reduction targets and facilitate global cooperation on climate change in times of multiple crises. I'm trying to mention three things, maybe the goals that we would like to achieve, second about the laws, and the third, how we can go forward together to have the collaboration and cooperation. I think multilateralism is very important. As we are all aware, climate change and its related impacts pose increasing risk to all socio-economic aspects of human beings. According to United Nations World Food Programme, by 2050, climate change could even increase global hunger and malnutrition by 20%. Research also stressed that climate crisis could displace 1.2 billion people by 2050. In response to the challenges posed by climate change, Indonesia has shown its commitment by supporting and ratifying numerous international treaties, including the Paris Agreement through Law Number 16 of 2016, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change through Law Number 6 of 1994, and the Kyoto Protocol through Law Number 17 of 2004. Indonesia has also adopted ambitious yet achievable goals. The Medium-Term National Development Plan, RPJMN 2020 to 2024, that incorporates a plan of reducing greenhouse gas emission by 27.3% by 2024. Issuing national determined contribution, which set an unconditional target to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 29%, and a conditional target of 41% with, of course, international cooperation, again, the business as usual approach by 2030. The commitment to achieve net zero emission by 2060 or sooner, as underscored during the COP26 Climate Change Summit held in Glasgow last year, through low carbon development as the backbone of the recovery strategy that will lead Indonesia to green economy. The Parliament has a decisive role in policy formulation to address climate change through its three key functions: legislative, budgeting, and oversight. In this context, we should ensure that laws or measures on climate change are inclusive and in line with the objective of sustainable development, of balancing its three pillars of economic, social, and environment, which is crucial during the recovery phase of COVID-19 pandemics. To achieve it, I am of the view that parliamentarians must integrate human right-based approach to climate change, which also means we should mainstream and increase visibility of human rights principles of non-discrimination, equality, accountability, and participation in our decision-making. In terms of legislation, Indonesia has adopted laws, regulation, and other measures. The Government Regulation Number 79 of 2014 concerning the national energy policy has underscored the role of new and renewable energy in the energy mix. Furthermore, the Indonesian House of Representatives is in the process of adopting the new and renewable bill, energy bill. This will further encourage the development of the green energy-based industries, as well as, of course, creating green job opportunities. In this regard, Indonesia has so far ensured, among others, the implementation of B30 program, which refers to a mixture of 30% of biodiesel produced from palm oil. We one of the largest palm oil producer, and 70% of petroleum diesel, which is in line with SDGs number 13 on climate action and SDG number 8 on economic growth. We are also in the process of implementing the carbon tax, a tax imposed on carbon emission that produce adverse impacts on the environment, which based on the law number 7 of 2021, harmonization of tax regulation. I would also like to convey my appreciation for the implementation of the Climate Village Program. It's called Program Kampung Iklim, which is managed by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry to encourage community involvement, the involvement of community and people in climate action. I heard that Wanagiri village in Bali, in Buleleng Regency, won the main trophy in 2021 for the integrated agriculture activities, including making liquid fertilizer from coffee grounds. Subsequently, the implementation of the palm oil moratorium policy in order to prevent deforestation, forest and land fires, and the production of carbon emission, as expected by the Presidential Instruction or Impress number 8, 2018. Now the moment to go forward. Although we have been action implemented in Indonesia and at the national level, we acknowledge that no country can confront the climate crisis alone. Of course, as expected by SDGs goal number 17, partnership for the goal. We should work together. In this context, Indonesia is estimated to need around 3,416 trillion Indonesia rupiah to tackle climate change by 2030, and 20,223 trillion Indonesian rupiah to achieve its net zero emission target by 2060. Besides that budget, of course, climate change efforts are implemented through Green Sukuk, a Sharia-compliant bond that contributes to environment-related projects. From 2018 to 2021, the issuance of global Green Sukuk amounted to around $3.5 billion and has succeeded to reducing carbon dioxide emissions by 10.3 million tons from 2018 to 2020. Indonesia has also managed to, among others, secure around 103.8 million from Green Climate Fund for the proposal of REDD+, reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation, result-based payment. Nevertheless, as climate change has affected all countries, including the developing, of course, and least developed countries, we view that principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities should still be fully and effectively implemented. Therefore, developed countries, of course, should continue to assist developing countries in their climate action, including in mitigation and adaptation efforts. This includes fulfilling climate funding commitment of $100 billion a year by 2025, as expected by the Nusa Dua Declaration endorsed by the 144th IPU Assembly in Bali. Developing countries, of course, on the other hand, should also contribute to climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts in accordance with the agreed global agenda and based on their national capabilities and, of course, capacities. I also believe that the way forward for Parliament to exercise is to at least two things: effectively use our function to ensure corruption is prevented and that the available resources are allocated for climate action that also target vulnerable groups. We must also not lose sight that the fight against corruption requires increased international cooperation together. Effectively utilize our parliamentary diplomacy function to continue advocating for robust and inclusive action to address climate crisis, including, of course, through our meeting P20 summit. It is also necessary to explore traditional or cultural activities or local wisdom from other countries to be put together as a solution to mitigate climate change. As maybe one example, in my home island, in my constituency, we have a philosophy of Trihita Karana, meaning the harmony, the relationship between human and human, human and nature, and human with God. So this harmony could bring peace and also, of course, in the future could solve the world problem. And also, in addition to that, in my constituency in Bali, we have every year Silence Day, Nyepi Day, 24 hours Bali in silent, no electricity. I think this is one good, great example. How to tackle climate change, how to achieve net zero emission to the future. It will remind us that we need to take care of the world, to take care of the universe, to take care of the people, and also we have to believe in God. As a closing note, there are still a lot that we parliamentarians can and should do regarding climate action. I also sincerely hope that the P20 summit tomorrow, which will explore issues on sustainable development and green economy, will further collaborate our efforts to advance the existing climate efforts. I agree with you, sir. We must act now. We must act together. We must act collectively, unless the impact will be more severe. I thank you.
Thank you so much. So, climate change, of course, it concerns a lot of things like deforestation, also, but one big topic among climate change is, of course, energy and renewable energy. And also the House of Representatives in Indonesia right now is in the midst of deliberating a new bill on renewable energies. Yeah, and among that is transition from fossil fuel to renewable is like among the chief concerns and also the chief problem of in Indonesia. And I believe Pak Dadan here is the expert on that topic. So please, Pak Dadan, 15 minutes as well. Yeah, thank you. Silakan Pak Dadan.
Terima kasih Ibu Evi. Very good afternoon, Excellencies, Honorable Speakers, Moderators, Ibu Bapak yang kami hormati. Thank you for having me here. It is a great pleasure, of course, to share. I'm from government officer, so we have here also Pak Sugeng here, the chairman of Committee 7. So I would like to share with you actually the government experience in how that we are promoting, in particular, the renewable energy. And then I will continue to what actually Indonesia has been committed, has been on plan, has been also actually in the regulation, as well as also some other are still in the preparation. Of course, those activities will be in somehow, some are based on the discussion and in particular also the approval from the Parliament. So I will touch on the issue of the current preparation of the regulation later on. Pak Putu has mentioned quite a lot in terms of the energy situation in the country. So I would like to continue the topics in much more little bit detail in terms of the energy situation in the country. So I would like to start with the result of the G20 in terms of the energy transition working group we have done in early September, again in Bali, Pak Putu. So we have, we call it Bali Compact. This is Bali Common Principles in Accelerating Clean Energy Transition. So we call it in short, this is Bali Compact. This is the deliverables that we have agreed. Of course, we didn't have the communique on this because there is an issue in terms of the Ukraine, but we came into the deliverable. This is the Bali Compact. This is a non-binding agreement on the basic principles in accelerating the energy transition, which will be the foundation and reference for G20 member countries in accelerating the energy transition implementation. So we have this. We will continue with this for the next G20. So Indonesia, for example, we have prepared the roadmap on this. I will share later on this. And then it will be continued, for example, next year by India to make more detailed roadmap. And we can see later on how then the collaboration is needed. For example, we go to the electric vehicle implementation. Then we need the critical minerals. Probably not many of the G20 members having this kind of the resources. Indonesia, of course, quite very fortunate on this. So we can see then the much more specific collaboration in this. Of course, in particular, there are 3 issues in this deliverables. So we have how then we can secure energy accessibility. Now we are experiencing on this energy security because of the war, for example. Yeah, Indonesia is also harmful in this by this situation. Yeah, so the G20 members agreed that the energy accessibility, this is very crucial for us, and also the other 2, advancing smart and clean energy technologies. And the third one is advancing energy financing. For these 2, I think, of course, G20 is the big 20 countries in the world. But the level of development, little bit, I mean, there are some gaps. For example, for Indonesia, of course, we are still hoping to have the collaboration, the cooperation, the G2G, B2B in particular, on how then we can use the smart and clean technology. We have very good cooperation with UK in particular. We have also to advance in terms of the financing. We have quite a big challenges actually in the country for Indonesia. Currently we are using, in particular, is coal-fired power plant. We are using coal on this, and this is, I think, it's not something bad in terms of the resources. We are the country with very huge resources in coal. The bad thing is that coal is emitting the CO2 larger than other, and we don't have any such kind of technology competitively on this. So we need the collaboration in this on how that we can tackle the implementation of the clean energy technology. So I would like to stress in the collaboration, in particular between G20 members, that it has been discussed in terms of the technologies and in terms of the financing. Yeah. Now I would like to touch on the Indonesian itself. Yeah, just to continue what Pak Putu mentioned. In particular, we are actually very fortunate. We are the country which is very rich in terms of the resources. We have almost everything in terms of the renewable energy, from solar, hydro, bioenergy, wind, geothermal, and also the ocean energy. In particular, since we are the maritime archipelagic countries. Yeah. And it is very fortunate also that it is not only abundant in terms of the resources, but it's also, this is various. So not only wind, we have others. We are the second largest country in terms of the resources for geothermal. And this is spread out all of the country, from the very western part, for example, Aceh, going to very eastern part to Papua. So you can see geothermal from Aceh to North Maluku. You can have the good resources in terms of hydro from the Sumatra into Papua. Of course, since we are a tropical country, we have also better resources in terms of bioenergy. Compare, say, for example, with Your Excellency, with UK. In terms of bioenergy, we can grow 4 to 5 times faster of the plantation compared with the UK. So we have very huge potential in this. So in the future, that's why we put all of those targets coming from renewable energy on the net zero emission. On the other side, that the electricity consumption is still, well, this is considered low. The consumption of electricity is 1,100 kilowatt hour per year, per capita. I don't know UK, but UK must be more than 10,000. But compared with Malaysia, compared with Vietnam, we are quite far behind. So then I think it is opening the challenge as well as also the opportunity. Because of course we are growing, economy is growing, and then also the welfare is also getting high. It needs more electricity, and this is the way that we will go with just energy transition to fill this opportunity to increase our Indonesian welfare in this regard. So in addition to that, Indonesia is also committed to NDC. Pak Putu mentioned already 29% by 2030, but actually we are in the position to enhance the NDC, 29 to 31%. It has been submitted to UNFCCC, and I think it will be launched during the COP27. So we are following the spirit of the global, yeah. So we are enhancing our NDC as the response for the responsibility on the climate change. So we are increasing on this. In terms of the energy sector, actually we are still on the track. We have the roadmap here nationally coming from energy sector. So we met all of the target yearly, but of course this is still in a very low percentage. We have to increase, we have to accelerate for the rest of the 8 years to come for the 2030. Yeah. We have the target of renewable energy by 2025 by 26%. Now it's just half, 12.2%. Yes, we are the largest country in using biodiesel coming from sustainable palm oil. It has been in implementation since 2008, so that's why I said this is a sustainable palm oil. Since we have been used in implementation since 2008. From time to time, we are increasing this blending ratio. It is provided the job to almost 14 million people in the country. Yeah. So we are quite huge in terms of the productions, and I think we are the largest in this palm oil production also. There are some implementation in renewable energy in order to reach the target. We are now currently converting the existing diesel. That again, this is as part of the SDG. We have to provide the electricity to do 16,000 islands. So we are actually now is providing to the diesel, and now we are trying to gradually convert it directly to renewable energy, or trying to see the gas engine as the transition. Indonesia is actually net exporting countries for the gas. Yeah, we are huge in the production in this. We will also to continue the implementation of the off-grid for the new access for the people, in particular for very remote people, which is again the challenge is much higher and higher. Thanks to support also from the Commission 7 on this budgeting process. So this actually the current situation in terms of the energies in the country, and how actually we will be going for 2060. The President has launched the 2060 last year for our net zero emission, and it could be sooner with the collaboration with others. Actually, from energy sector, from our simulation, we cannot reach the zero one, because actually we are emitting activities here in the energy sector. So based on the current technology, based on the current knowledge, based on the current experiences, so we could reach, in particular in 2060, is almost 129 million metric ton will still be emitted from the energy sector. And how then we will be net zero emission. So we then will use the sink coming from the forest, coming from agriculture sector. So 129 coming from the energy sector, then it will be captured by the other sectors. Then we can have the net zero emission by 2060. So we will do the electrification, in particular on this, from household appliances, electric vehicle, of course, and also for some industrial use in this regard. So we'll use almost all any kind of renewable energy in the country. Solar will be the highest part, in particular in terms of the capacity. We will develop, we utilize the other, including the nuclear actually. We put nuclear here since based on our knowledge now that we need the base load. For energy, we need base load. We know that the wind, we know that, for example, the solar, this is intermittent renewable energy resources. I think UK had quite unfortunate experience last year on October or November when you had I mean the bad situation in terms of the wind resources at the time. So we are now diversifying all of renewable energy resources. Of course, it will open the investment. We are of course also opening the business to business collaboration in this regard.
But then,
next,
sorry to interrupt a little bit. You have only like a little bit of time.
My last slide 7. This is the last one actually. The last one, G20 countries net zero emission target. This is the one next. Yeah, this is, I would like to stress the support coming from the Parliament. This is the target that has been mentioned. The Argentina, for example, 2050. Indonesia is 2060, and others I think listed here. And we can see here the regulation status. For us, I put here is that Indonesia is in the proposed or in the discussion, but I would like to update later on that we are in the process of the law. So as Pak Putu mentioned that we have the initiative coming from the Parliament on the renewable energy law on this, and it is also energy transition is in that initiatives. Currently, those initiatives are now within the government. We are in the process of finalizing the input and others, and soon to be submitted again to the Parliament to have later on the negotiation and also to finalize this regulation. There are a lot of regulation that has been supported by the Parliament in this regard, mentioned clearly by Pak Putu, so I don't say again on this regard. So my last is that the government, with the support, with the approval, with the Parliament, will make sure that just energy transition is happening here in the country. It's not only on substituting the fossil to renewable, but we have to be take care also to the issue of the social, economic, and also the affordability of the people. Of course, in this regard is also the jobs in particular. So by this, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Dadan. Thank you. So the last speaker will be from the civil society. Mbak Tisa is an experienced public policy expert. I would like you to comment probably on the energy and also other bills or other legislation, important legislation that you think will probably like help reaching the like in line with the climate change policy. I'm really sorry that you don't have 15 minutes. You probably have if 10 minutes or 12 maximum. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Efi. That's perfect. I didn't plan on speaking for 15 minutes anyway. Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Parliament, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. As a leader of a think tank and an environmental policy specialist, I would usually show up some nice statistics, some nice pictures from activities in the field, but I did not do that. I did not prepare any slides, nor did I prepare any text. So what I'm planning to do today is to just speak from the heart. Now, first of all, I'd like to start by saying that I have no doubt that the government is fully committed to tackling the issue of climate change, and I have no doubt that parliamentarians, the legislature, feel the same way. I've met many, many individuals over 15 years of my career. The progress has been amazing. A few years ago, we would not have an event like this. We would not have the chairwoman of the parliament speaking about the climate crisis with such passion. So I wanted to get that out first. However,
this is the good part.
However, we also are dealing with a climate crisis that is not slowing down. So we have a challenge, which is that we need to have speed and we need to have scale. So yes, the energy transition, yes, a transition into a green economy cannot happen overnight. Things that happen overnight, not good. The last time things happened overnight, it was a pandemic, yeah? Nobody liked that. But just because we agree it should not happen overnight, it does not mean that we need to take things slow. We do not have the privilege of time. The IPCC has said that we only have until 2030 to reduce carbon emissions by 50% globally. So now we only have 8 years to slash emissions by 50%. The crisis is already at hand. We don't need to visualize it as something that's happening in the future. We're already experiencing it today. Last night, it flooded in front of my house because of half a day of rain. And to me, that is not a disaster. To me, that is just a Tuesday, right? This is something we are experiencing more and more and more often. And so because the crisis is already here and we only have a limited amount of time, we need to see expedient progress. So we need to see all of these policies that have been presented very well, a renewable energy increase, we need to see that happen expediently. And the decrease of fossil fuels, the decrease of activities with high emissions, we need to see it decrease at speed, yeah? Okay, so that's speed. And then we'll talk about scale. So with scale, the government of Indonesia, speaking of policies, you asked me to speak about policies. The government of Indonesia has many targets. So the NDC has just been enhanced. We've upped our commitment from 41% reductions to 43% reductions. The energy sector has been enhanced. 14% reductions in the energy sector now is 15.5% reductions in the energy sector. So this is progress. We're seeing bigger and bigger ambition. But what do these numbers mean, right? The energy sector says that we have a target of 23% renewables by 2025. Today, it's about 9 to 11% renewables. We're not getting there yet. So the scale hasn't been reached yet. What about 2050? There's a lot of debate. Should it be 40% renewable energy by 2050? Should it be 60%, 70%, 80%, 100%? To me, the maximum, the better. The more, the better. The most that we can manage to gain, the better, because that also means more green jobs. And you know, if we're thinking of a future with optimism, we're thinking of a future where it's predominantly green jobs. It's not even green jobs anymore. It's just jobs, because dirty jobs do not exist in that future. So things that, you know, solutions that still generate emissions, still require thermal processing, should be deprioritized, as it does not add to that scale that we need to reach. And it directly competes with renewable energy. So things like clean coal, things like incinerators that still add to emissions. If we need it for the transition, make sure it fades out quickly, you know? If it's a transition, then it means it's temporary, but it's not a permanent solution. So we need to also design the phase out of those technologies because it doesn't contribute to the scale. And so I can talk a little bit more about, I don't have time actually to go into all of the bills that still have those types of technologies, but just wanted to add a note. We still are looking at, if the bills, you know, contain those solutions that are not the best solutions, it distorts the scale that we're trying to reach. So what can parliamentarians do to help reach this speed and this scale? You have a legislative role, a budgeting role, an oversight role, but you also need to realize together, we all need to realize that climate change is not a sectoral issue, right? It is an issue that affects all sectors. So it cannot just be Commission 7 on Environment and Energy that talks about the climate crisis. They need to talk to Commission 4 on Food Security and Agriculture, who needs to then also coordinate with Commission 6 on Investment and Commission 11 on Finance. So there needs to be a lot of coordination between parliamentary commissions and parliamentary fractions and parliamentary parties. And I'm sure that to some extent that coordination happens, but I do feel that it should be more concrete, it should be more of a formal coordination, and I would actually go so far as to suggest there should be a special committee on climate change, because a special committee is designed to deal with certain things in a fast and intense manner, and I can't think of a more serious problem than the climate crisis to deal with in a fast and an intense manner. And the last thing that I'd like to say is that as parliamentarians facing, you know, actually being in the position to be able to judge and oversight and approve and legislate what the government should be doing, I would encourage, ask yourself every step along the way, is this enough? Is this the maximum that we can do? Is this the fastest way that we can do it? Can we do more? Because we do really need to reach speed and scale to make sure the planet doesn't warm above 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiza. You actually still have time, so I would like to ask is whether the Indonesian Parliament is really already reached that scale, the speed, and have they done enough already?
Well,
you do.
There's this draft new and renewable energy bill that I think has been discussed for 8 years now.
Yes.
So don't think that's fast. I'll just stop there.
Please note. Thank you, Tiza. Okay, thank you so much for the panelists. Please give a round of applause to all four. We still have a very, unfortunately, quite a short time, but the committee told me that there is a intervention or question from Thailand and also from Russia. I would like to invite first Mr. Supachai. Sorry, Mr. Supachai, yeah, from Thailand. Please, 3 minutes. Not more than 3 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak.
Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates, honorable colleagues, and the nearby Climate change remains at the top of today's global agenda as it impacts are felt everywhere, and leaders know that people want to see urgent action. While almost 200 countries have set targets for their carbon neutrality and net zero GHG emission at COP26 in Glasgow, the world needs concrete action rather than promises or pledge of words. Each country should find the solution for this dilemma. For example, Thailand is located in the sub-equatorial tropics, which the sun is hot all year round. Therefore, we should encourage the using of solar energy, which is a renewable energy. Apart from this, Thailand also had a potential ability to develop carbon capture and storage projects to capture and store carbon dioxide. Parliament can play their parts to overcome many barriers and enhance enabling environment to support climate implementation, such as scaling up green infrastructure capacity needed for climate-related institutional, financial, and policy reform. Parliamentarians can contribute more through their mandates by ensuring systemic multi-sectoral engagement with broad range of stakeholders in energy, water, transport, industry, and waste management sectors. By facilitating innovative climate-friendly public-private funding mechanism, this would create new opportunities to catalyze financing and investment in green tech projects across all sectors. By focusing on our bio-circular green or BCG economy model, Thailand continues to push ahead with promotion of energy efficiency, acceleration of the deployment of renewable energy and advanced technologies such as CCS, completion of transmission network for renewable electricities, zoning of biomass sources, and raising public awareness in climate change. To name a few, we are also now in the process of preparing the country's first ever dedicated Climate Change Act, which won't prompt our private sector to start aligning their way of doing business with the country's climate targets. The draft act is expected to go through nationwide public hearing and tabled to the Parliament within this year. Significantly, Members of Parliament should communicate strongly and consistently with citizens on relevant reports and finding to gain their support, because people need to understand the urgent need for action. Without the cooperation from the people, such actions are unlikely to be successful. I believe that the laws and policies enacted by parliamentarians will help the country achieve reduction emission and net zero as planned. In order to strive for a sustainable future, we must act now. I wish to close by reiterating that must place green recovery at the very heart of our effort in shaping an adaptive, zero carbon, climate resilient, environmentally sustainable economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Mr. Supachai. We must act now, indeed. Next, I'll give the next 3 minutes to Mr. Konstantin Kopachev. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Almost correctly.
Almost
Konstantin
correctly.
Kosachev, yes, the Deputy Speaker of the Russian Senate. Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Moderator. Dear colleagues, I am going to speak Russian. and those of you who yet do not possess the mother tongue of Dostoevsky and Tolstoy, please utilize your earphones. Я хотел бы начать со слов признательности организаторам нашего парламентского саммита, нашим индонезийским коллегам за то, что тема мультилатерализма является центральной в индонезийском председательстве. No interpretation. Okay. Okay. I hope this is not an anti-Russian gesture.
No, not at all.
Okay, I'll try to speak English in that case.
Wait,
it was a good try in any case.
Let me ask the committee.
Then I'll need another minute.
Yeah, sure.
I demand I will need the fourth minute. So, dear colleagues, I would like first to commend the Indonesian presidency in G20 and P20 for making multilateralism as the focal point, the central topic for Indonesian presidency, because I believe this is the only way to approach the current global problems. Neither political security, nor economic security, nor energy security are divisible, and they do not afford unilateral approaches. And same goes for the climate agenda as well. We in Russia strongly believe that these problems are to be approached on a multilateral basis. They cannot be an instrument of unfair competition, and they should not afford the further gap between the developed countries and developing countries. I may just give you one example how it should not function, and this is the very important issue of international certification of forests. Russia, since 2020, is the first country in the world. We have gone before Canada, who was the leader in so many years and decades, as the country with the most square kilometers of certificated forests, and we are proud of that. But due to the well-known sanction pressure on Russia and Belarus, now the international certification system related to forests has put both Russia and Belarus aside, out of this international certification system, which I believe is a completely wrong move. Yes, we have introduced, due to the current circumstances, we have introduced a national system of certification of forests, and it does work. The Parliament has developed a special program of development of the Russian forest industry, and it works well enough as well. It is supported by the Russian government, but the initiative was the parliamentary one, and along with that we have passed very basic legislation in Russia, the national legislation on climate agenda, and we are ready to share our experiences with all interested countries, because we believe that we have managed to find very good and workable solutions. Again, yet they are functionable on the national level, but we believe that Russia will be strong enough in order to become carbon neutral by 2060. This is our commitment, which we declared in Glasgow, by the way, and we are absolutely sure that we will be able to be there. So Russia has a very good experience on the level of legislation, on the level of practical implementation of our legislative decisions, and we are open as much as possible to the multilateral cooperation in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the intervention. A very interesting topic, but unfortunately, we don't have time anymore, right? 10 seconds? Yes. Really, 10 seconds? I'll count.
Thank you.
Okay,
I just have 10 seconds. It's, I know everybody worked very hard, and Parliament also worked very hard on this, and then I think it's not the right time to blame anybody. We should work together, work hard together to go forward. We have the same goal, the same vision. Now let's work together to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all panelists and all the delegates as well. I think we've come to the conclusion of this session. Thank you very much, Sir Hoyle and Pak Putu, Pak Dadan, and Bu Tisa. Let's give a round of applause again to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Evi Mariani. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the end of this second session, and this concludes today's parliamentary forum. To remind you again about our agenda tomorrow, bilateral meetings will occur between 10 to 12 a.m. and the opening session of the 8th G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, attended by His Excellency President of the Republic of Indonesia, will be held at 1 p.m. at the plenary meeting room, Nusantara Building, 3rd floor. Thank you very much for your kind attention and have a nice evening. And have a nice evening.
Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia akan menjadi tuan rumah pertemuan Ketua Parlemen Dunia anggota G20 atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di gedung DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya dihadiri oleh Ketua DPR RI Dr. Honoris Causa Puan Maharani di Roma, Italia pada tahun 2021 yang lalu.
The P20 should be able to help
Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia
of various countries to face global challenges and create a shared future.
Atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya terima besar pada Stronger Parliament Dr. Sustainable Puan Maharani sebagai Italia memperkuat peran Parlemen Azerbaijan dan ekonominya berkelanjutan. Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat Republik Indonesia of various countries to face global challenges and create a shared future. Atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang dihadiri Ketua Parlemen ini sebelumnya terima besar pada Stronger Parliament Dr. Sustainable Puan Maharani sebagai Italia memperkuat peran Parlemen Azerbaijan dan ekonominya berkelanjutan. Atau yang dikenal dengan P20 pada tanggal 6 hingga 7 Oktober 2022 di DPR RI Jakarta. Pertemuan yang
Selamat sore pemirsa TVR Parlemen dimanapun Anda berada, tentunya kembali lagi bersama kami dalam rangka talk show special event P20 dan tentunya bersama saya Rini Reski dan rekan saya.
Tentu saja bersama saya Anggun Oktarini, dan selama 3 hari ke depan yang terhitung mulai dari hari ini sampai nanti tanggal 7 Oktober 2022 DPR RI ditunjuk untuk menjadi tuan rumah agenda di maksud kami G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit atau di P20 atau P20.
Betul sekali Anggun, tentunya P20 sendiri merupakan forum parlemen negara
G20 yang diselenggarakan dalam satu rangkaian konferensi tingkat tinggi atau KTT G20. Dan selain memegang kursi presidensi G20, untuk pertama kalinya nih Anggun, Indonesia juga menjadi tuan rumah bagi forum kerjasama internasional ini.
Dan kepemimpinan Indonesia dalam agenda P20 menjadi sangat penting sebab pertemuan tersebut menghimpun parlemen dari 20 negara ini dan kekuatan politik terbesar yang ada di dunia.
Betul sekali Anggun. Dengan mengusung tema Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery, ada 4 isu penting nih Anggun, yaitu 4 isu krusial yang akan diangkat dalam forum P20, yaitu ekonomi hijau, ya, terus ekonomi inklusif dan juga masyarakat yang kuat, dan parlemen efektif dan demokrasi yang kuat, serta satu nih yang tadi kita bicarakan, kesetaraan gender dan pemberdayaan perempuan.
Nah, ini memang sepertinya selalu ditunggu-tunggu oleh bukan hanya masyarakat Indonesia, tapi bagaimana dengan masyarakat yang ada di dunia ini terkait dengan kesetaraan gender dan pemberdayaan perempuan. Dan pada forum P20 ini, DPR RI juga akan memperkenalkan mobil listrik buatan Indonesia, pemirsa. Ini salah satu gebrakan juga sebagai kendaraan untuk mengantar para delegasi yang hadir pada hari ini. Dan pengguna mobil listrik sejalan dengan salah satu tema utama yang akan dibahas dalam P20, yaitu pemirsa terkait dengan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau. Ya, Rini, di sini DPR RI ingin menunjukkan bahwa komitmennya Indonesia serius dalam mengurangi emisi.
Nah, mungkin perlu digarisbawahi ya Anggun ya, kalau itu mobil dari produksi Hyundai, tetapi dirakitnya di Indonesia. Jadi kita didukung nih dengan komitmennya DPR RI yang harus kita green energy itu tadi. Dan siang tadi pemirsa telah kita saksikan Parliamentary Forum atau Forum Parlemen yang merupakan pre-event dari rangkaian acara P20. Sebagai informasi ini juga tambahan untuk pemirsa, sampai hari ini tercatat 19 ketua parlemen sudah terdaftar untuk menghadiri forum P20. Dan sejumlah wakil ketua parlemen dari berbagai negara juga ikut menghadiri forum tersebut.
Nah, meskipun rangkaian acara pemirsa dari rangkaian acara P20 telah dimulai sejak siang tadi, di sini pembukaan acara resmi akan dilaksanakan pada esok hari di 6 Oktober 2022 oleh Presiden Joko Widodo. Tepatnya ini menurut agenda ini ada di pukul 13.00 atau jam 1 siang waktu Indonesia bagian Barat.
Nah, tentunya segala hal terkait P20 pemirsa, dari mulai persiapan hingga tema serta isu yang dibawa dalam forum internasional ini telah dirangkum dalam liputan yang telah kami siapkan hanya untuk Anda pemirsa TVR Parlemen.
Dan tentunya mengawali berita pada sore hari.
DPR RI menilai P20 yang akan diselenggarakan di Jakarta pada tanggal 5-7 Oktober 2022 merupakan momentum dalam penanganan krisis global baik dari segi ekonomi maupun perubahan iklim. Ditemui di Gedung Nusantara 3 DPR RI Jakarta baru-baru ini, Ketua Badan Kerjasama Antar Parlemen DPR RI Fadli menegaskan, pertemuan P20 merupakan penguatan diplomasi DPR RI terhadap negara yang tergabung dalam Government 20. Ia menambahkan, saat ini seluruh negara masih berjuang memulihkan kondisi ekonomi sosial pasca pandemi COVID-19.
4 isu strategis ya, termasuk tadi isu tentang sustainable development, soal ekonomi hijau, climate change, demokrasi yang inklusif, dan gender equality dan lain-lain itu sudah kita sampaikan. Kita berharap nanti akan ada diskusi yang lebih dinamis, terutama karena delegasi yang datang ini dari berbagai macam pihak yang saya kira mempunyai kepentingan berbeda-beda.
Sementara itu, anggota PKSAP DPR RI Putri Komarudin berpendapat program ekonomi hijau dan ketahanan pangan serta energi merupakan prioritas utama guna mencegah terjadinya pelemahan ekonomi global dan peningkatan angka kemiskinan.
Dan yang kedua tentu yang tidak kalah penting adalah terkait dengan ekonomi yang berkelanjutan. Jadi bagaimana Indonesia tentunya sebagai salah satu negara terbesar juga itu bisa memastikan bahwa pertumbuhan ekonomi yang kita dorong pada saat ini itu tidak akan berdampak negatif terhadap pelestarian lingkungan kita.
Saat ini telah dikonfirmasi sudah ada 21 ketua parlemen, 10 wakil ketua parlemen, dan 25 anggota parlemen yang akan hadir dalam P20 mendatang. DPR RI telah siap secara keseluruhan dalam penyelenggaraan P20 di Senayan, Jakarta. Hilman dan Temi, TVR Parlemen melaporkan.
Nah, pemirsa, selanjutnya dengan mengambil tema Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery ini, G20 memiliki beberapa isu prioritas yang selaras dengan pembangunan yang juga berkelanjutan dan ekonomi hijau. Tentunya konsep green economy atau ekonomi hijau merupakan bentuk tanggung jawab bersama terhadap kelangsungan lingkungan hidup. Dan berikut liputan selengkapnya hanya untuk Anda.
Green economy atau ekonomi hijau merupakan sebuah keniscayaan di saat dunia sedang mengalami kemunduran dari segi lingkungan dan energi terbarukan. Oleh karena itu, hal tersebut akan menjadi isu yang akan diusung dalam P20 mendatang. Ditemui pada kegiatan BKSAP SDGs Day di Universitas Jenderal Sudirman Purwokerto, Wakil Ketua BKSAP DPR RI Ahmad Hafiz Thohir mengatakan, isu lingkungan menjadi fokus utama pada perhelatan P20. Walaupun Indonesia pernah menjadi sorotan dunia dalam hal pelestarian lingkungan, pada hari ini Indonesia sudah bisa pulih dan melakukan perbaikan. Indonesia pun sedang menyiapkan undang-undang terkait dengan lingkungan, bagaimana kegiatan perekonomian agar tetap mengedepankan kelestarian lingkungan.
Ya, isu lingkungan itu menjadi paling utama. Tapi hari ini kita recover, kita perbaiki, dan kita pun sudah menyiapkan undang-undang terkait dengan lingkungan tersebut. Green Economic di bawah Kementerian Keuangan pun sudah menyiapkan rambu-rambu.
Anggota BKSAP DPR RI Putri Aneta Komarudin mengatakan, kebijakan ekonomi hijau sudah harus dilakukan dari sekarang, di mana dampak krisis lingkungan sudah mulai terlihat dari banyaknya bencana alam yang terjadi serta pemanasan global.
Jadi ketika kita membahas ini nanti di forum P20, tentu kita bisa mempunyai forum yang sangat baik untuk knowledge sharing atau berbagi pengalaman dan juga ilmu terkait dengan kebijakan ekonomi hijau di parlemen negara lain, yang tentunya bisa kita sesuaikan dengan kondisi Indonesia.
Dari Jawa Tengah, Arif Naka, TVR Parlemen melaporkan.
Pemirsa, setelah tadi bersama-sama kita mengikuti jalannya Parliamentary Forum penyelenggaraan P20, informasi lengkapnya sesaat lagi, dan untuk itu jangan kemana-mana, tetaplah bersama kami dalam talk show spesial event P20.
Indonesia siap memasuki tatanan hidup baru di tengah pandemi corona. Apa kita sudah paham persiapan dan protokol kesehatan yang harus dilakukan di lingkungan kerja? Pastikan kondisi tubuh sehat saat berangkat ke kantor. Gunakan masker. Membawa perlengkapan makan sendiri. Sediakan hand sanitizer dan selalu mencuci tangan. Saat akan melakukan ibadah, ingatlah untuk saling menjaga jarak aman dan membawa perlengkapan ibadah sendiri. Karena tempat ibadah sudah tidak menyediakan alat ibadah untuk mengurangi penyebaran virus corona. Semoga kita semua mampu memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 dan roda perekonomian pun tetap berputar.
Pemirsa masih bersama kami di talk show special event P20. Nah pemirsa nih, setelah bersama-sama kita menyaksikan jalannya Parliamentary Forum atau Forum Parlemen yang merupakan pre-event dari rangkaian acara P20, tentunya di sana sudah ada rekan kami, Fitian Aunilah, yang berkesempatan mewawancarai langsung Ketua BKSAP. Seperti apa pemirsa beritanya? Berikut liputannya untuk Anda.
Pemirsa TVR Parlemen, saat ini DPR RI sedang menyelenggarakan G20 Parliamentary Speaker Summit atau P20 Summit, di mana P20 Summit ini merupakan agenda dari G20 dari sisi parlemen. Nah, di mana Parlemen Indonesia sebagai tuan rumah mengusung tema Stronger Parliament for Sustainable Recovery. Nah, di samping saya ini sudah ada Ketua Badan Kerjasama Antar Parlemen atau BKSAP DPR RI, Bapak Fadli. Selamat siang, Pak.
Selamat siang.
Baik Pak, ini langsung saja nih terkait dengan P20. Nah saya ingin tahu nih Pak, ini kan ada 4 isu nih Pak yang diusung. Nah kemudian kalau saya ingin melihat kira-kira urgensinya dari 4 isu prioritas ini apa Pak?
Ya, 4 isu prioritas ya, misalnya tentang climate change dan green economy. Yang kedua itu tantangan-tantangan yang kita hadapi sekarang nih, soal ketahanan pangan, ketahanan energi, dan juga tantangan ekonomi. Yang ketiga tentang demokrasi dan peran dari parlemen. Dan yang keempat tentang kesetaraan gender. Nah, 4-4-nya ini menurut saya memang merupakan masalah yang sedang kita hadapi secara real. Ya, terutama soal iklim, kita lihat kejadian berbagai belahan dunia dia menghadapi banjir dan anomali iklim yang luar biasa. Kemudian dari sisi yang kedua tentang isu pangan dan energi, kita lihat hampir semua negara terkena dampak dari kenaikan harga pangan dan energi. Dan tantangan ekonomi global yang sedang kita hadapi bahkan diprediksi akan menuju kepada resesi global. Kemudian juga parlemen dalam hal ini, vibrant democracy ya. Demokrasi kita juga mendapat tantangan terutama di masa pandemi gitu kan, ada otoritas parlemen sebagai perwakilan dari rakyat juga mengalami reduksi. Nah ini yang harus dibicarakan. Tentu kesetaraan gender dalam hal ini soal perempuan, isu yang sudah klasik tapi tetap sangat relevan.
Boleh kalau untuk goals-nya nih Pak dari parlemen kita nih, apa nih Pak dari keempat isu ini Pak?
Dari goals yang kita harapkan nanti akan ada outcome document. Dokumen inilah yang nanti sekarang masih diperdebatkan di dalam drafting committee, kemudian kita akan bawa ini ke G20 summit nanti di bulan November sebagai bagian dari outcome dokumen dari parlemen P20 ini. Jadi di situ akan ada masukan-masukan untuk pertemuan G20 yang akan datang juga.
Terakhir nih Pak, harapan dari perhelatan P20 ini Pak?
Ya, kita menjadi presidensi G20 ini ya tentu harus menjalankan amanah dari berbagai pertemuan yang harus kita lakukan. Kita harapkan pertemuan ini bukan hanya ngomong-ngomong doang gitu ya, tapi walk the talk gitu ya. Bagaimana bisa direalisasikan, dan bagi Indonesia adalah kepentingan nasional. Bagaimana kita juga bisa soal SDGs ya, percepatan SDGs dan green economy, soal climate change, soal tantangan-tantangan yang lain yang menurut saya memang kepentingan nasional kita ini perlu kita dorong di pertemuan-pertemuan ini dengan berbagai macam stakeholder dari parlemen hingga pemerintah.
Terima kasih Pak Fadli.
Terima kasih.
Baik pemirsa, demikianlah perbincangan saya dengan Ketua BKSAP DPR RI Bapak Fadli John. Saya Fitian Aunilah, kembali ke studio.
Ya, itu tadi laporan dari rekan kami Fitian, dan setelah kita mengetahui statement Fadli Zon mengenai suksesnya penyelenggaraan P20 untuk memperkuat kerjasama internasional, masih juga dengan rekan kami Fitian di sana yang sedang mewawancari anggota DPR RI Daf Akbarsyah dan membahas tentang urgensi iklim dalam pembahasan di P20 kali ini. Dan seperti apa beritanya pemirsa, berikut liputannya untuk Anda.
Baik pemirsa TVR Parlemen, dalam gelaran presidensi G20 Indonesia tahun 2002 ini, salah satunya isu prioritasnya adalah mengenai bagaimana mencapai pembangunan berkelanjutan dan menerapkan ekonomi hijau dan terciptanya pemulihan ekonomi global yang lebih tangguh. Nah di samping saya ini sudah ada salah satu anggota DPR, yaitu Bapak Dev Akbarsyah Fikarno dari fraksi Partai Golkar. Baik Pak, Ini bicara dampak perubahan iklim, emisi karbon, nampaknya setiap tahun tidak pernah berubah, Pak. Itu selalu dibicarakan di forum-forum internasional. Nah, kalau apa yang ingin Anda tekankan terkait climate change dalam forum ini, Pak?
Ya, jadi gini, climate change itu adalah isu global. Tidak bisa diserahkan kepada salah satu negara. Dan tidak bisa disalahkan kepada satu negara. Dan perlu ada sikap dan kebijakan dan putusan politik yang menyeluruh, baik secara eksekutif atau legislatif, dan juga ada tahapan demi tahapannya, seperti pengurangan emisi, penggunaan bahan bakar yang lebih mengeluarkan karbon lebih sedikit, dan itu semua tuh harus saling berkesinambungan. Jadi mulai dari hulu ke hilir, sehingga hasilnya itu terasa untuk sekarang dan ke depannya.
Nah, kalau untuk komitmen Parlemen, Pak, dalam mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dari sisi green economy, nah yang merupakan agenda dunia ini seperti apa, Pak? Komitmennya?
Kalau komitmennya untuk Parlemen Indonesia itu sudah cukup banyak dan sudah terlihat dalam sikap-sikap kebijakan Parlemen, sehingga jelas arahan Parlemen kita itu yang tertera di dalam undang-undang yang kita buat, semuanya itu mencantumkan agenda-agenda tersebut.
Kalau Bapak sendiri melihat bahwa Indonesia ini mampu nggak sih Pak menerapkan green economy, Pak?
Sangat mampu, saya yakin sangat mampu selama ada political will dan juga kesadaran masyarakat secara umum.
Baik, terima kasih pemirsa. Demikianlah wawancara saya dengan Bapak Dev Akbar Syahfikarno. Kembali ke studio.
Ya, pemirsa, tadi kita sudah menyaksikan kegiatan LOT atau wawancara langsung dengan beberapa anggota yang hadir pada kegiatan hari ini, dan itu belum menutup kegiatan kita pada hari ini karena kita masih bisa membahas terkait dengan penyelenggaraan P20. Jangan kemana-mana, tetap di TVR Parlemen.
Indonesia siap memasuki tatanan hidup baru di tengah pandemi corona. Apa kita sudah paham persiapan dan protokol kesehatan yang harus dilakukan di lingkungan kerja? Pastikan kondisi tubuh sehat saat berangkat ke kantor. Gunakan masker. Membawa perlengkapan makan sendiri. Sediakan hand sanitizer dan selalu mencuci tangan. Saat akan melakukan ibadah, ingatlah untuk saling menjaga jarak aman dan membawa perlengkapan ibadah sendiri. Karena tempat ibadah sudah tidak menyediakan alat ibadah untuk mengurangi penyebaran virus corona. Semoga kita semua mampu memutus mata rantai penyebaran COVID-19 dan roda perekonomian pun tetap berputar.
Pemirsa, terima kasih masih bersama kami dalam talk show edisi special event P20.
Nah, kalau misalnya kita sudah melihat nih sepanjang kegiatan atau rangkaian yang sudah berlangsung sejak siang hari tadi, bahwa kegiatan ini artinya sudah bisa dimulai dan besok pun akan dihadiri oleh Presiden Joko Widodo untuk membuka sesi yang lebih besar lagi. Betul. Ini bagaimana persiapan dari DPR RI, kita masih menunggu rangkaian yang sangat megah dan spektakuler.
Dan tentunya Anggun, untuk besok nih akan ada daftar pembicara muda, yaitu yang pertama Aeshnina Azzahra Aqilani selaku environmental youth activist.
Oh, dan ini juga tadi menjadi pembicara juga Rini di kegiatan pada hari ini. Dia selaku environment youth yang sebagai, maksud kami selaku environmental youth activist. Dan di sini juga ada Farwiza Farhan selaku leader of forest nature and environment, dan juga tadi turut hadir nih yaitu ketua DPR, maksud kami ketua dari BKSAP Fadli Zon, dan juga ada Airlangga Hartarto selaku Menteri Koordinator Perekonomian Republik Indonesia, dan juga di sini ada Puan Maharani selaku Ketua DPR RI. Artinya semua yang memimpin kegiatan ini pun itu hadir ya, benar-benar mengikuti kegiatan ini dari awal hingga akhir. Nah, salah satu pembicara muda yang turut hadir yaitu Aeshnina Azzahra yang merupakan seorang aktivis lingkungan yang terkenal nih sebagai polisi sampah, seorang pelajar yang terkenal akan aksinya dalam melindungi lingkungannya di Kabupaten Gresik. Nah, ini Rini dan pemirsa, dalam pidatonya Aeshnina di sini juga menyinggung bahwa mengenai maksud kami polusi yaitu sampah plastik yang hampir selalu ada di sungai atau pantai di Indonesia. Ia juga menceritakan bahwa ia telah mengirim surat untuk ke sejumlah pemimpin negara yaitu Amerika Serikat, Jerman, Australia dan juga Kanada untuk menghentikan pembuangan sampah ke Indonesia yang menyebabkan polusi di Indonesia.
Nah, tentu selanjutnya nih Anggun ada pembicara muda juga nih. Berikutnya yaitu Farwiza Farhan, seorang aktivis lingkungan yang merupakan juga ketua Yayasan Hutan Alam dan Lingkungan. Nah, di sini Farwiza mengajak negara-negara peserta P20 untuk berpartisipasi menjaga dan juga memelihara lingkungan, yaitu hutan flora dan fauna. Tentunya dilanjutkan dengan pidato dari Fadli dan Airlangga Hartarto.
Dalam pidatonya, Puan menyampaikan bahwa di sini DPR RI berkomitmen penuh untuk mensukseskan kontribusi parlemen dalam menyelesaikan berbagai krisis global termasuk upaya pemulihan pandemi yang inklusif dan berkelanjutan. Puan juga menyampaikan bahwa Indonesia dengan semangat gotong royongnya siap, mau, hadir, dan mampu untuk berkolaborasi dengan dunia global dalam membangun dunia bersama. Dunia yang lebih baik, dunia yang sejahtera, tentram, dan indah. Pemirsa, agenda global dalam menuntaskan pembangunan berkelanjutan yaitu hal-hal yang berkaitan dengan climate change, lingkungan hidup, ekonomi hijau, ketahanan pangan dan energi, kesetaraan gender, dan pemberdayaan perempuan.
Nah, di sini Anggun, Puan pun menyatakan bahwa pertemuan P20 ini nih adalah untuk membangun komitmen kerja bersama dalam merespon gejolak dan juga tantangan global. Yang tersebut Puan di sini menyatakan bahwa kekuatan Parlemen P20 adalah dalam mewakili suara rakyat untuk memberikan legitimasi atas upaya pemerintah dalam menjalankan komitmen kebijakan luar negeri dan juga kerjasama antar negara. Dan di sini pun Anggun, Puan pun membahas acara IPU ke-144 lalu yang diselenggarakan di Bali ini telah berhasil dilaksanakan dan juga hasil keputusan dari acara tersebut.
Nah, kalau misalnya kita tadi sudah membahas apa saja yang menjadi topik-topik utama atau fokus-fokus dari kegiatan P20 ini, nantinya akan dibahas selama 2 hari ke depan sampai dengan tanggal 7, dan kita juga sudah mendengarkan bahwa ada aksi-aksi di luar dari kegiatan P20 juga, bahwa ada yang mempedulikan terkait dengan maksud kami terkait dengan perubahan iklim, baik itu datangnya dari kalangan muda maupun dari kalangan tua. Ini artinya memang menjadi fokus tidak hanya para pejabat ataupun para parlemen saja, tetapi justru masyarakat yang ada di seluruh dunia.
Betul sekali. Nah, pemirsa TVR Parlemen dimanapun Anda berada, kami ingatkan nih untuk terus menyaksikan TVR Parlemen karena besok nih akan ada pembukaan dari P20. Tentunya edisi spesial event P20 pada hari ini sampai dengan tanggal 7. Kami akan hadir kembali pemirsa untuk besok dengan informasi seputar P20 dan juga terima kasih telah menyaksikan TVR Parlemen. Saya Rini Reski dan juga rekan saya
Anggun Oktarini. Terima kasih atas perhatian Anda pemirsa dan sampai jumpa.
Terima kasih.